Well, hello there. Greetings, folks. Coinstamp 180. Or, wow, I keep forgetting that I've dropped that number of my name. Well, and you're on YouTube anyway. I'm Swirling Vortex 09. But I'm also called Coinstamp on Twitch. Twitch.tv or top.com/Coinstamp. Simple enough. And welcome to a Grim Dawn of Masteries. Excuse me. Grim Dawn of Masteries, Episode 1. Now, for those who don't know what Grim Dawn is, I'm going to assume people that are watching a modded playthrough of Grim Dawn are going to already know what I'm talking about, but this is just in case people don't know what I'm talking about. Grim Dawn is an action RPG with loot and mechanics and storytelling similar to what, say, Diablo or Last Epic or Path of Exile. Those kinds of games. They function pretty similarly to one another in that regard. Grim Dawn is set in a post-apocalyptic world where the chthonic, i.e. elder or eldritch gods, as well as those who are in spirit realms entirely different from our own, have invaded a planet and have come to sort of stamp out the last of the human resistance. Meanwhile, they're humans who want to destroy their own from within by virtue of being depraved souls, some of which, make bargains with one of these other two kinds of creatures, and others are just sick, twisted individuals who don't care much for their own kind. That's pretty much what Grim Dawn is. It's a post-apocalyptic world where humanity is dying, and it is up to us to kind of save ourselves. Grim Dawn uses a mastery system in order to sort of constrain the player. So, like in Diablo, for example. In Diablo 3, let's get really specific. If I pick a wizard, if I make a wizard, I'm locked into wizard skills. Yes, I have a number of talents and options available to me, but I'm always a wizard. Grim Dawn attempts to resolve this by saying, okay, well, you don't start out with a class immediately, but upon level up, you will in fact get a class. You will get a class choice when you have to make. There are tons of options in that class, or in that mastery, as they call it. But once that's all over, once you've picked your mastery, you're stuck with it for the playthrough. Unlike Diablo and some others where you get a class, in Grim Dawn, you get two of them. You get what will probably be your main class and what will be your secondary class, or mastery. There's a lot. It really is kind of like a Path of Exile clone, if it were sort of pared down a bit. That's probably as much as I want to say at the moment regarding Grim Dawn itself. What people really wanted to know about was Grim Dawn of Masteries. That is a mod on Nexus Mods, I believe. I have a command ready for this. I just need to... all I need to do is find out the command, go from there. I believe it is !DOM. I sure hope. No, seems the bot doesn't recognize this at the moment. I'll figure out why that is and address that later. In the meantime, what I am going to do is simply link the mod page and put that in chat. Also, this is my first time operating a YouTube live stream from OBS, so forgive me if I'm a little bit not quite there in terms of mastering controls. I will get there. But yeah, Dawn of Masteries adds a lot of stuff to Grim Dawn. It changes some of the UI options. You start out being able to store stuff in a bank right away. You don't get that in Grim Dawn baseline. You have to work for it. And you come with a whole bunch of settings and features. There are a lot of bells and whistles. We should start so we're not listening to the same stuff over and over. But, yeah, it really does do a lot to sort of change the settings. I want to kind of tamp down the audio a little bit more. I think it's the music volume here. Or I can just lower the master volume. Hopefully I haven't lowered it too much. You guys will have to let me know if it is too loud or too quiet. And I know that the internet is a tad bit slow, due to the fact that I'm operating both I'm operating the internet on top of operating the recording software, so if it gets to be a bit too much, you guys will have to let me know if there's like sincere lagging or anything. Again, this is the first time I've done a YouTube live stream ever. I did do a test stream, but I'm fairly sure that test stream didn't work out the way it was supposed to. I've deleted that test stream since then. What can I say? Let's go from there, and I'll kind of give you guys an overview. So, my game plan is to treat you guys as though you've already experienced Grim Dawn. However, I still need to go through it in case someone shows up who hasn't. So, let me discuss a little bit about the UI here, as it might be hard to read. So, like in most Diablo clones or this style of game, you have access to a number of action commands and like keyboard, like hotkeys, basically. By default, your 9 and your 0 on your keyboard is for your health and mana potions, which we do not have yet. Or energy potions, excuse me. Left click both functions as the auto-navigate, and it functions as the attack with your basic weapon. We have maps, achievements, your options. O will access your loot filter. Q will access your codex, and J will access your factions. Yeah, this game has factions in it. And factions operate weird. They operate in two different manners, depending on whether you're talking about an allied faction or an enemy faction. Enemy factions determine the... let me say this. Enemy factions describe how much an enemy sort of hates your guts. The more they hate your guts, the more heroes and boss monsters they're going to send your way. Allied factions, the more an allied faction comes to respect and appreciate you, the more you get access to their higher quality gear packages, crafting recipes, and all of that stuff. So, let's get our first quest, and then we can go through and sort of... Well, actually, I haven't finished even covering the UI yet. Up in the upper right-hand corner, I will need to shift my face cam down. There's probably not going to be a good place for this. Right. Upper right-hand corner, mini-map. It faces... You can tilt it. You can tilt your camera to change its direction. You can press the period or comma keys on your keyboard, or you can hold down the middle mouse wheel in order to make a change in how the camera's facing. Objectives will show up on your mini-map, mainly entrances and stuff, or sometimes a quest line will like a quest objective shows up here. You want to pay attention. The mini-map will also kind of tell you what the geometry of your, or the layout of your current area is, where you can and can't go. Solid lines indicate places you can't go, or you can't cross, rather. Anything inside these sort of white lines are places you can go. Other than that, most of the UI is going to be on the bottom center of your screen, if you're watching. So for anyone who is maybe looking to play this on their own, you'll want to keep your eyes trained in about three or four locations. You'll want to keep your eyes trained on the center at all times, with a constant scan looking around. You'll want to constantly make sure you have at least one eye available on your inputs until you have them memorized. That would be your hot bar. Then the upper left and upper right corners for different reasons. Upper left is to help scan with the environment. Lots of stuff comes out of the corners. And finally, the upper right-hand corner for your mini-map. There's a lot of stuff to go over, but I'll do my best to sort of keep it brief. So, now that I've discussed the UI, let's actually get to talking. Sometimes NPCs have voice lines, sometimes they do not. I will voice anything that does not have a voice line. Please note, when I say voice, what I mean is read. I'll make sure I read everything. And then after that, I'll go over our goals before we really begin. Yeah, I know, there's a lot of doing nothing, but I promise that will change. Given some time. Just bear with me a little bit if you don't mind. Please and thank you.
Still drawing breath, I see. You're one lucky bastard, I'll give you that. Best go speak to Captain Bourbon right away. He seems to have a plan for you now that we've spared your life. You were possessed, so we strung you up. Seems the spirit fled your body before your life ran out. I'd have left you to hang, but the captain had other plans. He sees some purpose in you, and I'm not going to argue. He's up the road, in the courtyard. Don't make me regret cutting you down.
Okay, so in Dawn of Masteries, so the way that mods work in Grim Dawn is they have to load through a custom map most of the time. Custom maps have cutscenes and stuff disabled by default, so I'm afraid I can't show those off. Not really. I could show the initial one, however, I have already been, let's say copyright trolled for that. People get really sensitive about that cutscene, so let's not do that. That being said, you can talk to NPCs with a green marker on their head. Not much more than that. You can talk by clicking
what are you around here for? If you're not gonna make your...
Yeah, I know, I got you. We'll go ahead. So, one other method you can use to move around, there is a key that you can set up to do this. Let me show it off real quick. It would be under move or force move. So A will let you move. F. I'm not sure what the force move is for. Maybe it's to hold your position, but that's what shift is for. Not sure what force move is, so we're not going to touch it any further. Additionally, some things in Grim Dawn you should be aware of. Broken bridges, there are a lot of them. Broken bridges cost resources to cross. Let's take a look at this one. This one goes to an area that we're probably not supposed to be in yet, but if we wanted to, we will need to find 6 scrap and 3,000 iron bits to repair it, and then we can sequence break, basically. NPCs that do not have this tick mark on them, this white rectangular wedge, you cannot talk to them. So if you want to know who you can talk to, just check out the marks. If they're not above their head, you can't talk to them. If you've no money, then move along. I'll only deal with those that carry serious coin. This guy will come up later. I will not bother explaining him now.
So you're the one we almost hung. I didn't really see a sense in it, but then again, no one really cares what old Barnabas thinks. You really should go speak with the captain. He'll be the one deciding whether there's a place for you here at Devil's Crossing.
Oh, we'll see about that. This bridge will have materials available later for repair. Some bridges you can't even access yet. Trying to think of other things I need to go over. So, Rift Gate here. Anytime you see one of these, and all you have to do is come and interact with it. Sometimes the Rift Gates will be locked, meaning you need to do something in order to unlock it. Most of the time, it's going to be fighting enemies, but it could be other stuff. Here, this NPC, Kasparov, is responsible for initiating the quest line that will be of most use to us. The ability to dismantle and salvage gear. In fact, let's talk to him now.
Ah, you must be the Taken. I heard about that mess at the gallows, grisly business. I don't care for it. I'm quite eager to learn more about you, but you really should speak to the captain before wandering too much around the camp.
Yeah, speaking to the captain will help clear up a lot of misunderstandings. Some other services that are nearby. Sometimes other random NPCs. So, Corey the Keeper and Lancel the Knight will dispel any transmogrifications that are on your character. Transmogrification is just a process of changing one piece of gear to look like another while keeping the stats of the original that is being transmogrified from. So basically, if I have a really fancy shield, but if I want to use my wooden plank shield for any reason, you can transmogrify the fancy shield's appearance on top of the wooden plank shield. And it'll look fancy, but do hardly anything. Outside of Devil's Crossing is a salvage dealer, which sells various quality bits of gear, including like generic gear, magic gear. Later on, that'll also be rare gear and epic gear. Maybe even legendary gear later, although not at this specific salvage dealer. Any salvage dealer is broken up into 4 different merchant categories. You have weapons, melee gets its own section, ranged, such as guns, crossbows, and rifles, get their own section. Armor, all armor goes here, although accessories go here. So accessories are rings, amulets, and medals, as well as relics. All of those go here. We will definitely be visiting this chap a lot. I am going to try and preface something once we go over the actual DOM settings, I will actually discuss that then. In the meantime, I need to give my voice a rest. Bourbon, John Bourbon, let me hear your fine, exceptional voice.
You're not looking too bad for someone just come back from the brink of death. You were taken, possessed by the same creatures that have been reanimating these zombies here. Normally I'd have burned you with the rest to be safe, but we've lost too many people to the dead. I need someone expendable, someone with nothing to lose but a lot to gain. Right now, you're that person. Prove your worth to me, and the survivors of Devil's Crossing may just welcome you. The bodies of the dead are rising again in some horrible unlife. Corpses don't just get up and move around on their own. Something is reanimating our deceased with ethereal energy. We have observed the dead for some time, and they appear to be flooding Lower Crossing from the burial hill, just beyond town. I want you to go to the burial hill, find whatever is controlling these abominations, and destroy it. You will need to fight your way through Lower Crossing. Once you've crossed the stream on the far side of town, there will be a beaten path leading up to Burial Hill. I know I'm asking a lot of you, but I'd be asking a lot of my people to welcome you with open arms, too. Help us in our hour of need, and I will open Devil's Crossing to you.
Gates look open already, but sure, I'll help you find these. What's reanimating these? And normally this gate would be closed. Yeah, this gate would most definitely be closed. You'd have to earn your way into Burwitch Prison. But we don't have to do that. More things we should go over. So, Paulia is the illusionist. And I believe as long as you're not running a hardcore account, all your illusions are shared. Much like how transmogs are usually shared. Unless you're running a seasonal account through Diablo. Quartermasters sell gear based on faction standing. We want to be friendly with them. That gets us access to most of the game's content. Random NPC here. We have an actual quest giver here. I'm sorry to bother you, but if you're headed out toward Whitemire, could you keep an eye out for my brother? Okay, Miss Sybil, tell me who he is. His name is Milton Hart. He was a soldier in the Imperial Army. When we fled Burwitch, he volunteered to cover our escape. He always had a penchant for heroics. But it has been weeks, and we've not heard from him. I dread to think that he may have become one of the dead. He always wore an amulet that I gave him years ago to keep him safe. Now I fear it may be preserving him in undeath. I wish nothing but for my brother to be allowed to rest in peace. Will you do this for me? Sure. We last saw each other at the Sodden Hollow in Whitemire, so I'm afraid he's still out there. I'll do what must be done. Oh, and Grim Dawn, get used to a lot of unhappy endings. This game does not like giving them to you. It's a post-apocalyptic world. What do you expect? Primroses and a cup of tea? I'm afraid not. So, Quartermaster is what, or the smuggler, excuse me, is essentially your banker. He will store stuff. Speaking of stuff, one thing to note about Dawn of Masteries is that the inventory has been expanded from the start, and you have more of it to work with. The player has 5 tabs full of loot. This game already can pile on loot by the truckful, but with the settings from Grimmist, we're going to be wishing we had even more space. There's a lot of loot. I've done some fiddling with those settings, and we'll talk about them in just a few more moments. Over here is another person who would have been in the cutscene. Her name is Sedina.
Greetings, child. I am pleased to see that the taint of possession has left you. Should you require it, I offer spiritual guidance to the survivors. I will gladly extend this service to you. My knowledge of spirits has allowed me to devise a trap with which we were able to contain you and the ethereal that controlled you. It was not until the noose was firmly around your neck that the spirit left you, though. I'm afraid that I am not at all fit for combat, which from my understanding was more than necessary for you to reach the Reanimator's lair. I was only able to subdue the ethereal within you with the use of a trap, which would have required the Reanimator to come to us, just as you have.
Sure, that makes some amount of sense. I'm not buying it as a survivor, but, you know, I'm owed a life. And if I were in this exact situation, I probably wouldn't be questioning it that much myself. I want to just show off the dialogue for this.
Troubled memories can cloud the mind and torment the spirit. With my guidance, you can move past these painful thoughts and begin anew.
Okay, talking to her grants us a level up, which is very useful. Normally, you kind of have to smack some enemies around before getting that level. It's nice to not have to worry about that. So, we will talk about all of that in just a moment. For the time being, we're going to pick up this nice note. Make sure you explore all these areas thoroughly. There could be codexes lying around, like all kinds of hidden lore entries. I'm going to do my best. And this is where I would use a command here, but I don't think the bot is working the way I think it is. I probably have to unhook and rehook the bot. We'll see. Maybe over a break, and unlike Twitch, here at YouTube, I will give just one break. Only one. That's all I need. And that'll be happening in an hour and a half from now. Roughly speaking. So, why don't we start from the top? So, leveling up in Grim Dawn. This part is mostly the same. You get 3 attributes. Physique determines health, capacity for pain, ability to regenerate your wounds. So, all of the stuff that is basically labeled here. You need physique to wear gear. It's important, but it's not that important for what we're doing. Cunning, physical damage, pierce damage, duration damage. So dots and stuff. But duration damage, I should say cunning only factors into this somewhat. Additionally, cunning increases your hit rate. See this combat stat called offensive ability? Offensive ability determines your hit rate against a specific target. It is compared against the defensive ability of your opponent. Nice thing is that you'll never have less than a 60% chance to hit your opponents. However, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting something. Yeah, physique also goes into defensive ability. If you notice yourself taking a whole bunch of damage, or you're finding yourself getting crit more than you expect, try pumping up your physique. It may just save you. It may reduce that back to a reasonable level. Finally, Spirit increases your energy, the maximum amount you have. It increases magical damage of all kinds. It increases duration damage. And it increases your energy regeneration health. It does a lot. Additionally, all of these stats factor into health, but physique factors in to health more than others. More than the other two. However, we don't need physique right this second, and our hit rate is probably fine for what we're doing, so let's pump up Spirit. We could use the energy. You get to undo it before you make the selection final. Once you make the selection final, you're stuck with it. You'll have to go back. Actually, I'm not even sure you can redo attribute points. If you can, that's in DLC that I'm not that familiar with. Next, before I go further, let's talk about my plants, because I have a specific skill plan in mind. For those who noticed the thumbnail, the icons are listed right on the icons are listed on the thumbnail in the bottom left-hand corner. I have them together. The first class that I will be taking is Scintilist. The second class that I will be taking is Elementalist. Both of these classes have basically access to the same skills, or the same kinds of skills, only the Scintilist does not have one of the 2 damage types that the Elementalist has, and that is Cold. The Scintilist will be our primary class. This is responsible for dealing damage. But let's take a moment and read these descriptions, shall we? I won't read them all. I will read the ones pertinent to my material. The stuff from the base game is here. There are 9 classes. I believe 8 of them are in the base game. The Oathkeeper is a... I believe it is Forgotten Sands? Or it's the Ashes of Malmuth. It's one of those 2 things. But let's read the ones that we're actually going to be taking for this playthrough, which is going to be a long playthrough indeed. So, Scintillist. This magic user is physically weak and vulnerable, but compensates for this with the potential to develop powerful spellcasting abilities. Scintillists manipulate energy to launch fire and lightning spells, so you know right away what you're getting into. Elementalist. Traditionally, elementalists were persons of entertainment in Enolis, whose affinity for conjuration was most intriguing. What with the occurrence of the Grim Dawn, however, they have found a means to weaponize their mastery of the 3 elements: fire, cold, and lightning. Those are the damage types, pretty much. Most of these classes will tell you their damage types. And if not, they'll be the Diablo classes, which don't do this. Their damage types tend to be spread out all over the place, because the classes were also spread out all over the place. We're not going to be touching most of these. So let's go with the NCFF class first. And I'll show off both skill trees before committing to the final decision. Basically, the way the skill tree works is anytime there is a connecting double set of lines from one skill to the next, that this is augmenting the skill further or previously along the line. So Electrocute is a Chain Lightning, more or less. Chain Lightning, the actual skill, increases or decreases certain things about Electrocute, and then Lightning Nova also factors into Electrocute. Circles are modifiers. Squares are the skills. If a circle is by itself, it is a player augment, such as this one, which increases energy, casting speed, and reduces skill energy costs. That affects you, nothing else. I'm not sure what that white flash was. Maybe that was me, though. Squares without circles are obviously just unmodified skills. Skills at the end of the tree are considered mastery skill or capstone skills. You have a finite number of points. You will not be able to get, unless you really skimp on the tree, you'll not be able to get all of these skills. You have to pick. You have to make a build. And the way you unlock these, notice how these are all grayed out and saved, requires an additional point in Scintillist. That's right, on top of having to spend skill points for the skills, you need to actually spend skill points in the class. So if you don't spend anything in Scintillist, you'll never get anywhere. Each class, when you invest into it, has a certain... It basically has 5 things that it invests into. The 3 main stats, plus additional health and energy. If I add points, it'll augment my stats. This is the first one. This here is the second one. And just like before, more or less, everything I have mentioned stays the same. Now, let's go over the build quickly, and then we'll actually take points. So, Elementalist is going to be our dipping our tiny toe into control elements, or like damage enhancements. So, in Grim Dawn, or in any ARPG that works like Diablo, you need to have crowd control. I can't stress enough how important it is. When enemy densities are normal, and there are hardly any heroes on the screen to have to kill, you don't need it. Only if you're going to areas you're not supposed to be, because the level is adjusted for you, is when you'd have to worry about that. If we crank up enemy density and some other things later, we're gonna need we need hard crowd control. Can't help but have to have it. Or other defensive abilities. If our crowd control fails to work, the enemy could be immune. The enemy could break out early. Kind of have to be ready for it. So crowd control is a nice feature. We definitely want some. Apart from that, the only place we're really going to be dipping into this tree is for these untethered circles, basically. Or for the occasional skill that would benefit our playstyle. We really won't be able to get much in this tree apart from certain passives, let's call them. So, now that I've gone over our build, we're going to be focusing on the Scintillist with the Elementalist as control backup. Let's put in some points. So, I will put in 1 point, and let's see, I think now this is an interesting choice. So, offensive ability is also important. We can't hit things without it. However, I'm going to do my best to not stick my nose in places we're not supposed to be yet. So what I'm actually going to do is alternate between these two skills first. So I'll put 2 points in Electrocute. Just get the energy, get our attack skill up and running. And you better get pretty comfortable with using Electrocute or your primary attacking skill, any skill that you choose, because you're going to be clicking it a lot if you're not using base Grim Dawn classes. Alright, so we've... Devotion we'll cover later. If you are on PC, pressing tilde will bring up the console menu. Don't worry about that. We have more or less covered everything, so let's just get started. Although I will have to cover something pretty immediately soon. Before I forget, let's set this. To set skills, you will go to your hotbar, right-click, there will be a list of options. You pick the one that you're trying to assign and assign it to that slot. So in this case, I have Electrocute assigned to my 1 key, while I'm not really bothering to touch my left mouse or right mouse buttons. That'll change in just a second. You'll see what I mean. Oh, but before you see what I mean, one other thing I have to do, 2 other things I have to do, 3 other things I have to do. First, we need to go somewhere private. And I'm thinking right over here by the test dummies should work. We need to set the mod itself.
Hey, do we have any of that plutonium Nyborg left?
So, this mainly sets 2 things. Those 2 things are the hero rate and the mob density. I've tested this. Once you start getting a mob density of above, I'd say times 5, you're gonna experience some lag out. That's assuming your PC is enough to handle Grim Dawn at moderate settings. So we're going to actually sort of adjust our hero rate. I'm going to bump it up 1 time. Alcoholic AMMPs means it is bumped up once. We're going to do the same thing for the mob density. So, the alcoholic ANMPs represent the amount of heroes, and the density is set, like it's supposed to. So we're going to increase the mob density to 3 times, and we're going to increase the hero rate to nihilistic ANMPS.
No problem, man.
Alright, second thing we're going to do real quick, codex entries. We need to read them. Clicking on and adding the codex to inventory doesn't do anything. You need to actually right-click on it once it's in inventory, and you will actually add it to your codex. There are 27 codex entries in Burwitch, about Burwitch. We should find them. Now, I know what I said about not keeping our nose, or not sticking our nose in places it shouldn't be. However, we have to stick our noses somewhere if we want to find all of these codex entries. And the way I'll more or less do it is we'll kind of run through the game and pick up what we can find, and then I will actually go and locate the rest of these, not off camera, but I'll kind of look them up beforehand, and we'll find places to go to get all the codex entries, all the ones we missed. Assuming we didn't, miss them permanently. Let's see. I'll also read all of these. I can't imagine you guys would be able to see this easily, so I will definitely read it. Now, I ain't a decent man. Ugh. And I sure ain't good at writing. But word needs to get out about what this place really is, this prison. It ain't like no joint I've ever been in. And I've seen double my share. Men don't stay here long neither, and some of the lads they haul in, they ain't criminals. I'd know. The moment I see a man, I can tell by his eyes that he done wrong. These boys, I see fear. I seen this warden a couple of times. Big man in black armor. If you ain't no better, you'd think they was on the wrong side of the bars. Every day, he and his lackeys take prisoners out to this hut in the yard by the dozen. They ain't never come out. Later, a wagon rolls in by the hut. That always leaves full. They don't let us out of our cells no more. But I can tell there ain't much of us left. The halls are quiet. I'm the last man in my row. The others, they was taken in yesterday's batch. I ain't asking for pity. I know my ends in that hut. But perhaps this note will be my one good deed in my pathetic life. So, get used to me reading that way a lot, especially if there are apostrophes like that. The post-apocalyptic environment has a lot of like that ye old southern western drawl. That's more or less. Now, granted, it's not as severe as what I'm making it out to be. We just heard Barnabas and Jarvis speak not that long ago, so it's not that exaggerated. However, I'm the son of a countryman and the son of a Scotsman, so I'm going to have that ability to draw on that voice a lot, and I was exposed to it just enough that I can reasonably what's the word I'm looking for? I can reasonably read and talk that way. I just don't like doing it. Now there is one other point of order before we can actually get started. I know, we've barely gone over the bridge, and already there's something else. So, you get a weapon. I highly recommend equipping that weapon, especially if it is yellow, like this one. Mysterious Locker. This is how you know you're playing in Dawn of Masteries. The locker contains 3 items. The Wanderer's Crest, and I know there was another one. Wanderer's Crest is an empowered relic. It's a really early relic. It grants you a skill. If you didn't want to talk to the... If you didn't want to talk to the... God, I forget her name already. Sedina. If you didn't want to talk to Sedina, I hardly talk to her. That's how I have such a hard time. If you didn't want to talk to her and get that first level up, you can go out and grind a few enemies with this relic, and you'll be able to get your level up just by relying on slam and your basic weapon. We didn't do that. The other thing is this writ. This writ doesn't increase our reputation, it increases how much we earn. We want to apply that at all times. I believe we also got some tonics and other stuff as well. So, now that we have our actual first skill and other stuff, let's go ahead and get started. I'll sort of show off the enemies as they come here. So as we see, that was our first undead. We zap it, and we get some... We zap it, and we get experience. Shattering objects will tend to drop a number of different things. One of those would be Tonics of Mending, which will restore health plus 25% additional of your health over time. Then we have the Elixir of Spirit, which does more or less the same thing, but for our energy bar. We're going to be using our energy a lot. We're not going to be using this gun that much. We're going to want, like, a caster implement relatively quick. If you pick up a piece of gear and you don't have anything in that slot, it'll auto-equip for you, which, in these first initial stages, is probably a good thing. Oh, and also... if you know that you're, I should say, no matter how prepared you think you are for the mob density, it can still cause your computer to lag out, or, like, lock up for a second, sometimes. So just be prepared for that. When you level up, it's important to make sure that you have cleared your immediate environment before you go through and start leveling, because it's very easy to get killed. Especially on hardcore or veteran difficulties, you could get killed within a snap of a finger. We're probably going to bump up our cunning this time. And then as for our class, we probably need to make sure we're keeping up our spirit and our offensive ability, at least somewhat. Again, we want to be hitting things. Can't do that without having some offensive ability, and it's good to get it in a skill like this, where it just increases your offensive ability. The more you have, the more offensive ability you have, the more likely you're going to be to hit and crit things. And those are good things, because we want to see big number, right? We want to be doing that fat damage. Now, Electrocute. The reason I chose this skill is it weaves the line between single target and area of effect damage pretty well. You're not going to be hitting everything. You're only going to be hitting some things. That being said, the 3 things you're going to be attacking are going to be dying. Or else they're going to be, taking serious damage. Now, if you don't kill whatever you're chaining to with Electrocute, you will chain to some different targets sometimes. Can't be helped. Game plan for getting through here. We need to be heading north, and particularly slightly to the northeast. However, there are codex entries available in town. We should collect those. Additionally, by exploring these other places, we can pick up gear for ourselves, as well as collectibles. I mentioned gear, I didn't talk about these other things. So the other thing that Grim Dawn has is a lot of gear customization. You have these items called components, which act like enchantments for weapons and armor, or whatever the component says it can be used on. If it can be used on a relic, it can be used on a relic. End of story. And the component will provide the listed benefits. A component that adds damage will generally be used on weapons, whereas components that tend to offer resistance may be used in either shields or various armor components. Most of the time, your components are going to be weapons, offhand if it is a separate item, amulets, rings, headpieces, chests, pants, and shoulders or gloves. If you see a boot component, they're not rare, they're just hard to come by for whatever reason. I don't find too many boot or shoulder components when I played through the game last. Just something to bear in mind. So this is the lower crossing. This is before you get to the Burwitch prison. It is full of the undead, in case that weren't obvious. Many buildings have destructible doors, meaning you can go in them. You can click on corpses or other interactable objects, and sometimes they will drop gear. Sometimes they will drop an item. Other times, they will absolutely drop codex entries, because we don't know, or I should say, because we have no idea, we have no idea where these things are. They could be anywhere. I have some ideas, but my experience does stop around I'd say the 2/3 point of the game. We'll talk more about that later. However, rare items sometimes have a granted skill. In this case, the one we find, Searing Francis's gun, has a fireball. Skills have a percentage chance to trigger on attack, critical hit on being struck, or sometimes on other conditions. But most of the time, they're usually on attack, critical hit, or upon being struck. One of those three things. And then it does exactly what it says. 8% of the time, every 1.5 seconds in which it is eligible, there could be a fireball. And the fireball will deal damage and stun. Have a chance at stunning the target. Just, in Grim Dawn, item descriptions are king. They are everything. Read them, know them, and embrace them. Because reading the item descriptions and reading all the skills that it comes with will let you know how your gear works. A lot of endgame gear will have a skill, or you will be able to give it a skill, based on components that you find or make. So it's worth getting to know the system now. The game throws a lot at you to start with, but once you get past the initial setup, and once we talk about devotion, there really isn't that much more of the game system. Most of it will come down to the individual masteries, the individual classes. For now, I think we're going to let the gameplay speak for itself. My voice could use a rest. We've got 4 hours. I'm sorry, we have 3 hours. And that's a long time to go, especially with only coffee. I'll need some tea and probably a nose strip if I can find it. But yeah, do you guys have any thoughts so far? Any questions? Any comments? I'm willing to take all of those. Skills on a weapon will typically only occur on a basic attack, or a weapon skill. If it says it requires a weapon, then that it is a weapon skill. I knew I was going somewhere with that. Hang on. Weapon skill. Right. Anytime that you're firing your weapon, it will have a chance to trigger. Sometimes it's 100%. Sometimes it's like this gun and it only has 8%. It's just something to bear in mind. Your weapon skills are useless to you if you're not making weapon attacks. So that is something to bear in mind. If you're like wanting to make the best use of your components, maybe don't put a skill component onto a weapon you're hardly ever gonna use. Or if you plan on just not on having it be a stat stick, then only put stat stick augmentations or passive effects onto weapons. Those are very hit or miss. You kind of have to be aware of what a weapon skill is versus what a casting ability is. All of them are skills, but the breakdown gets a little bit more complicated past that point. Once you're actually considering how to finalize your build. Now, unlike most of my playthroughs, where I tend to focus on cold damage and lightning, with varying emphasis between each, instead I'm going to switch it up and focus on fire and lightning, and find a way to reconcile where lightning should fit in terms of its damage. Both fire and lightning damage types are known for being pretty prolific, and most of the time, lightning damage often has electrocute associated with it. And no, not a skill. The actual... I'm missing which one it is. It is... the electrocute damage modifier and duration. You have various dots that are applied as well. And lightning damage often has electrocute, and sometimes electrocute skills, or things that grant electrocute, also grant stun based on the electrocute. It's not innate to the status, it is on gear, but it is there. It's just something to bear in mind. Lightning damage has this middle of the road, like you don't, like with burn damage, it's just straight damage. Oh, it says right here. Oh, and all statuses more or less last for a specified duration. Poison is the only one that gets applied for 5 seconds rather than 3. Statuses are short. You're meant to reapply them often. And most of the time, your weapons are pretty good at applying them. Most of the time. Vital essences and food rations do the same thing. Vital essence tends to restore more energy, but that isn't always the case. Whenever you see a food ration or a vital essence and you're full on resources, you kind of want to save them. You know, tuned to the point where that's not but twice. Because once they're used, you don't get them back. You don't store them. This isn't Super Mario World where you can store the power-up for later. You use it, you either leave it behind, or you use it and it's done. Nothing else to be said beyond that. Hopefully I'm not cutting in and out. In fact, let me shift my mic a little bit closer to where I'm facing so that's less likely to be happening. That should be our first instance of a hero. Yep, heroes are marked by these stars. Okay, is this not... Okay, there we go. I was a little concerned. So, heroes, when you kill them, anytime you kill something that isn't a regular enemy, it will drop a loot globe or orb, and you attack it to unleash the loot inside, often gaining new items or other stuff. Crafting materials. If they aren't, if they're not a component, useful items will be in purple. Codex entries and other stuff will be in gray or transparent. Let's read this note. I'm trapped here. I realize now. I will die in this house. Margaret, I fear that you are already dead, and so it may not be so bad if I am to shortly join you. If by some miracle you yet live and return here, I hear something. I believe that was an alert. And unfortunately it didn't exactly tell me what that alert is. No, I don't want to exit. I guess I don't get alerts on these. Regardless, if someone did leave a follow, thanks. Appreciate it. And if not, then I suppose that just means my sound effects aren't, realistic enough. Yeah, okay, I think that's just a noise. Yeah, that's something in the game. Never mind. If by some miracle you yet live and return here to find this note, please know that I am not angry with you. I've never regretted our life together, but now only regret that I lost my temper and spoke unkind words when last we parted. I hope you will not think me a coward for what I'm about to do. They are already in the house. I've barricaded myself in this room, but it is only a matter of time before they break through. All I can do now is choose the manner in which I face death, and I would rather die a man than be changed into one of those horrid things or eaten alive. I will love you always. Francis. Well, well, well. If we find a Margaret, we'll have to be sure to tell her. Okay. Let's make sure we are back where we're supposed to be. I'm always paranoid about messages. I miss them sometimes. We have pants. We have headgear. Ugh, real stuffy. Super stuffy. Let me make sure this is an important message. Excuse me for just a moment. Okay, sorry about that. We are ready to resume. I had to make sure I responded to a private conversation. We have the Harbor Master's logs. Okay. Well, what do they have to tell us? Autumn fogs are appearing early this year. Let me check. Yeah, I could see the undead are already creeping up. Creeping up and have discovered me. Alright. Now let's try that again. I believe that is Q. Autumn fogs are appearing early this year, but traffic remains unusually high. There's a steady flow of small craft coming down from Malmouth and other towns to the northeast. Some of those boats are barely afloat, burdened with what looks like people's every possession. These travelers, sometimes entire families, bring with them strange tales of wars and the unnatural. Bunch of hogwash riling up the soft townsfolk. Can't complain though. Keeps the dock busy. Most are westbound, trying to get as far away as they can. The lads at the dock are starting to lose their nerve. Some have talked about setting out west themselves, but I've assured them that this is all nonsense and will pass. Youth are easily caught up in the energy of the moment. Or sometimes the youth have it right and the elderly aren't getting with the program. You know, it could be that. But, you know, elderly will be elderly, I guess. That's like saying boys will be boys. It's wrong, and I'm crudely aware of that fact, but sometimes the stereotypes are just true. Some people just actually exhibit them, and it's hard to know it. Any well-meaning person would be hard-pressed to describe the stereotype until it is upon them. Yep, see, we're dealing with a lot of rare or hero enemies already. Casting speed is slowed pretty significantly. We're also damaging some of these much easier than others. And once you start getting a number of heroes on screen, all you can do is keep moving. That's it. That's all you can do. Keep moving. And try not to let yourself become overwhelmed. It's easy to get trapped. It's easy to get yourself surrounded. And I have been surrounded before. And the results are predictable. Death. We're going to go ahead and pick up all the yellow loot. All the rare or magical loot, excuse me. And I will attempt to... I won't read every item, but I will go over, you know, how to look for an item that's useful to you. I think that's a pretty important skill, because your builds will always change. And while, yes, I may be talking about my build in regard to, you know, the tips and information, but the principle of reading it is the same. Let's sort our inventory. Sort it again. I don't like how it's shaped. So, we have items, we have armor, we have weapons, we have consumables, other stuff. So, the way you can tell what kind of item you're looking at is to first look at the entry right under the name. So, notice this great axe. It's a puncturing scrap metal great axe, right? Well, I am trying to concentrate on something, and now is not that time. This magic two-handed axe, the two-handed part, tells you whether you're allowed an offhand or not. It is magic. Magic describes the rarity. Axe describes the weapon type. Much like caster armor describes... Caster describes the kind of armor it is. And it'll give you a whole bunch of stats on the item. Magic items tend to have maybe a couple traits, tops. If they are... Notice how, if they're level 1, they only have 1 or 2 things, but as you find later and later items, the number of traits you will find on a magic item increases up to a certain point, and then it will always stay at that number. So, apart from the raw stats of the item, which you will find right under what kind of item it is, where it says 17 to 22 physical damage, 20% armor piercing, and 1.6 attacks per second. That all that stuff listed in gray, going to a spear, excuse me. It'll tell you what the damage per second looks like if you equip it. There's 3 less damage per second if you equip it. So if you use weapon skills or basic attacks, you should know to expect, okay, I'm gonna do around 3 points less per number of attacks I make firing the weapon or swinging the weapon around. All that fun stuff. And then it'll have other modifiers below all of that. So if it says, and it's typically in orange text, so if it says +7 attack speed, then, you know, you'll attack 7% faster. If there's extra damage on top of the damage that's present, it'll state that, and you get that amount. Note that physical damage and piercing damage are not the same. Physical damage is all damage types. Pierce is specifically pierce. Etc., etc., etc. Armor, same thing. So on and so forth. I'll just take a quick look through here and equip some stuff really quick. You can shift-click or shift-right-click an item to equip it immediately. Yep, shift-right-click. Actually, regular right-click. Never mind. You can just right-click an item if you want to swap it. Now, I don't really care much for the skill or anything else. I'm mostly looking for passive stuff. So I don't care if we keep this gun or not. I am looking for a specific damage type, however. This one. So we want this gun. Because we're not caring if we launch a fireball at our opponent or not. As nice as that is. After that... defensive stats pretty early on are good. We'll just change out one for the other. And no, you can't strip the character naked. It's not something you can do. They accounted for this, I promise. Just accept that, and life will get that much easier for you. Ugh, awful. Okay, now that we have that all set up, we can continue. There were more spoils this way. Yes, they're called spoils. I should have said that earlier. And all the heroes more or less do something different. I will say, the more heroes you have turned on, the more your hero rate increases, the more likely you're going to be to find enemies or heroes that you have not yet experienced. It's very possible we're seeing things that we're not supposed to see. I wouldn't take that too seriously, seeing as how this is just the very first few levels. And again, it goes without saying, but I'll say it again. It's a mod. It's a mod, guys. We're gonna be running into things we're not supposed to see. If you were looking for an unspoiled experience, I would recommend I would recommend, you know, tuning into something more vanilla, more or less. That is what I would do. Just put in 2 points on each one, and pump one in physique, excuse me, and one in spirit. Oh, and pumping up your skills is important. It's not like you can just save the level up. No, if you don't use your skill points, if you don't use your skill points, you are disadvantaging yourself. You are putting yourself under undue strain that you don't need to otherwise. Just change out pants. I don't believe we have any... Oh, well, I see this. There are very many considerations one has to make when putting on gear, more or less. For the most part, in the early stages, you're putting on what looks good, not or what is currently better. You're not necessarily build focused yet. That usually comes later. Once you've gotten a chance to establish yourself. Once you have a chance to sort of replace all the generic gear with useful gear. Like here, we're going to replace our shield with an offhand. Shields are more defensive. They're worth carrying around. Bones or other offhands tend to be more offensive or provide a lot of caster utility. I recommend an offhand more than anything. It just makes you more fragile. So maybe keep around a good shield if you're not sure about the trade in offense or defense. Hopefully, by the end, we'll have enough crowd control skills and defensive abilities that we won't necessarily need, to have a shield on. We could just stick with a better item. And these are the many considerations that one makes. Oh boy. When you see something charging at you, first thing you should do is run. Hopefully in a direction that's already revealed on the map. Oh, and something else you should get used to, stuff on the ground. Stuff just all over the ground. Absolutely over the ground. In case I wasn't being emphatic about it enough already. Stuff on the ground. Usual rule in MMOs applies. Don't stand in the bad and you'll be perfectly fine. Stand in the bad, you're gonna have a bad time. Not much more to say than that. And I'm probably making this look easy right about now. If you want to see hell mode, I can show you real hell mode in this mod, but I don't want to do that yet. And I'm worried about it overloading the stream and causing drop frames. I kinda hate that. And I want to provide a good experience for you, as much as I can anyway. Nothing's gonna fix my bad entertaining skills except practice. But in terms of audio, video, visual quality, those are the sorts of things I can fix. Speaking of like fix or help or assistance, or, you know, content in general, I realize I've only just got my start, but, you know, if you like the content or you've liked what you've listened to so far, feel free to leave me a subscribe and hit that notification bell. Lets me know that you like the content and want to keep watching to see what else is available. Pretty much with YouTube, when I'm streaming this, it's going to be Grim Dawn at all times. If YouTube turns out to be a strictly better experience overall, then I'm going to make that switch. I'm a Twitch person mainly. That's kind of what I'm known for. YouTube is an experiment for me. I'm figuring out what I do and don't want to do in terms of creating content. I'm still figuring that out. Even though it has been not only a long time, but a long while since I've actually adapted my content making style. And I don't want to collect that. I forgot where I was gonna go. Happens a lot. Oh, I can't imagine with lapses in thought like that anyone would actually like this content. But, you know, if you do, or don't mind, the subscribe and notification bell are a good, easy way to support me for free. No money required. Because money is in short supply and really tight these days. Liking the content. Because this is YouTube, you can do that. Leaving the video a like of some kind, or even a comment, and not necessarily a like, all help the engagement algorithm on YouTube, and will help me kind of cut through the noise a little bit. Those are all free methods of supporting content. I do also have, I have donation links. I have a Linktree link in the description, and it'll be in that description once the stream finishes airing. Linktree has most of the stuff. I have a coffee donation if you want to support me that way. I do also take donations through Stream Elements. All donations go toward the purchase of equipment, whether that be a mixing board or something else along those lines. Good to know that slam is just almost always useful. So we started slamming. But if you like to support me in a more direct manner, those would be your methods for doing that. None of that is required. People simply being here is enough. And to be quite honest with you, like just people in general, streaming is a decompression tool for me. It is. Whenever I'm having a rough day, especially on Twitch, where my audience more or less is, YouTube again is a test. I don't like I when I say decompression, I don't mean I talk about my bad day. I don't. If someone asks, I'll talk about it if it's not, you know, sensitive or of a personal security concern, but it gives me something else to focus on. Oh my god, what a comedy of errors. Streaming gives me something else to think about, something else to focus on, something to distract myself while I figure out my emotions. Now, that works up to a point. Sometimes I just have to sleep it off. That's usually my primary method of dealing with stress when I can't talk about it, but I'm trying to be a more productive person. Now, this here is a boss. Just straight up. Bosses are a lot more durable than rare or heroes. Way more durable. And typically you miss them a lot more, just due to the your offensive rating not cutting through defensive rating as much. Ugh, I really cannot help the stuffiness. I feel like I need nasal strips badly. And of course, bosses are worth a lot more than heroes are. They're supposed to be a lot rarer. Notice that there was a single boss there, not multiple. And I'm not going to worry about sorting out the inventory right now. What I do want to do is get back to an area that we know so that we can read these codex entries. So, the many adventures of Inquisitor Creed. I am currently en route to the village of Burwich in order to investigate a number of strange incidences that have been reported in this area. As dusk is drawing near and the swamps of this region are said to be hazardous to travel at night, I've reluctantly taken up lodging at a small squalid tavern in Lower Crossing. Perhaps I'm worried for my hurried travels, but I feel as if there's a strange pressure and electricity to the air. It is almost akin to the still before a thunderous summer gale, but yet the sun shines and not a cloud is to be seen. Everything seems as it should, but in my gut, I feel that something terrible will soon come to pass. So if there is a person you want to be following, if you're playing through Grim Dawn, the person who will probably tell you as things are actually happening the way that they intend them, or not intend, the way that they are happening in front of them, Inquisitor Creed is probably a good person to keep an eye on. His entries are very fascinating. And it really does read like something out of an Indiana Jones novel or something like that. You'll see what I mean with other entries. As I was packing to resume my journey to Burwich, my assistant was urgently requested at a logging camp in the old grove west of Devil's Crossing, where strange animal attacks have left 3 lumbermen listless and pale. Upon arriving, I received a somber greeting from the foreman who had informed me that the bitten workers had gone mad and fled from the premises. They were reported to have spoken in an unknown tongue. The foreman showed me the remains of the animals, 2 gray foxes and a hound, suffering some sort of horrific mange, lay in a hastily dug pit behind the outhouse. The foreman told me the animals suddenly died when confronted by the workers, and a strange green vapor emanated from their remains. Shortly afterwards, the 3 lumbermen fell ill and their mental state rapidly deteriorated. It appears that my presence in this region is most warranted. Ugh. Still so stuffy. Well, I do live in a house with people who smoke. The stuffiness kind of can't be helped. So, the adventures of Inquisitor Creed were just beginning then. Of course, that is not where he is now. I think most people can tell that was sort of written in past tense, but it's good to sort of keep an eye on what Creed is doing. Oh, well, hi there. Who are you? Oh, I know who he is. This is Baldus. Sometimes you'll meet these NPCs on the road, and you can talk to them, and there will be dialogue decisions. Most of the time, you'll still end up getting similar rewards, but it can help paint a compelling picture of the stories that are going on in the background. Let's talk to him. We're all going to die out here. Calm down, where are you from? I was staying with a group of survivors down in Devil's Crossing, you know, the old prison. But supplies started running low. I volunteered to go scavenge around Lower Crossing. I figured it was safe enough, but I was wrong. I got chased in here by a pack of ravenous rift scourges, though I can't hear their maddening skittering anymore. I suppose I have you to thank for that? It doesn't matter, though. The area is overrun with the dead. We won't make it 5 feet without getting surrounded. The way back should be clear. I'm not going back out there again. The dead will find us and tear us apart. Well, if you wanted to know how he would react in a zombie apocalypse, which essentially this is a zombie apocalypse. You know, here you go. People either fight, flight, or freeze. This guy apparently chose to freeze. I could open a rift gate for you? What? Isn't that what those things are pouring out of? Well, I mean, sort of, but mine will take you home. I'm having a hard time believing that after what I've seen up in Burwich, but you don't seem to have the look of a Taken about you. I suppose this is my only option. I guess I'll see you on the other side. Yeah, and he'll be at Devil's Crossing, waiting for us to talk to him. Good stuff. Oh, and the loot can get something fierce. Like, see this? I mean, when I was doing the test setting on max earlier, like where the mob density was 11 times higher than average, and there were 11 times as many heroes and bosses as before, oh, the game would sometimes just lock up. There's definitely a limit to what you are capable of getting away with your elites, with your spawn rates. Test those accordingly, and perhaps at your own peril, because they can and will surround you, stun you, and kill you. Let's see, we spent 2 points here. Let's spend another point in spirit. And then here we have... We're not concerned with Spark. I don't particularly like it. Let's see, one skill recharge. Well, if we want to apply a dot, this is how we do it. I don't know, this really doesn't fit into our build the way I'm probably thinking that it does. I think we'll just stay the course right now, and we'll wait for a different skill to show up. And I have to say, the game looks pretty good at high settings. I think I'm running a NVIDIA GX... No, I'm sorry, let me look. GeForce 3080? It's not the best graphics card out there, but it is pretty good, all things considered. Came with the Omen, practically. And I'm in love with it. I love looking at stuff on this. The best part is that I hold enough memory to probably partition my drive several times over and have plenty of room for games this size. See what I mean? These rift gates are blue, and then when you unlock them, they're purple. Now here we want to be very careful. See that? These enemies, especially the bosses, love to stun. It's very prolific. You get multiple of these on the screen. They also love to slow your attack and cast speeds. And you could very quickly end up with a problem on your hands. time will tell whether I think this is worth it or not. We have gloves. We'll sort of sort through this when we get back. And I could show off a bit more about the banking system or storage system a bit later. And I'll try to do all of my selling off camera. That way I'm not boring you guys with, you know, tedious, unnecessary gameplay, but sometimes it can't be helped. Sometimes we have to manage inventory. But generally speaking, once you reach certain points, you should just stop picking up gear. So when we start getting green gear, we should stop picking up yellow gear unless we need iron bits for something. Iron bits are just the currency. Don't be alarmed. You need money to make things work. What can I say? Late-stage capitalism is definitely not in short supply around here. Oh, wait, never mind. There is no capitalism. It's a simple bartering system. And the iron bits can indeed be useful for many things. Because human civilization has collapsed. Oh, really? I would beg to differ on that, Mark. Yeah, sometimes the enemies will talk at you. And sometimes enemies from halfway across the screen will absolutely go out of their way to target you with a lot of unnecessary attacks. And one of the nice things I like about my lightning builds is that if an enemy just wanders in and they are ill-prepared for the struggle,
Can't do that yet.
the electrocute by itself will kill them. Which is good stuff. And I see they have erected a barrier. Ah, yes, and that is our very first instance of death. I was hoping to avoid this on camera. Sometimes, though, can't be helped. I probably should have popped a potion right there. Don't let, death bewilder you. Let it strengthen your resolve. Let it allow you to do better. You know, learn from your defeats. Humans are far better at learning from their defeat in the first place. I don't think we have any shoulder pads at this time. And I want to be very careful about shuffling out, you know, defense rating stuff. Very easy to... Oh, there's the attack speed. Again, I'll try not to comb through gear, except when I need to. Oh, and also, I'll teach you guys how to... The game does tell you how to do this, at a later point, but we're running a mod. You guys kind of need to know this now. So let's say you've died, right? Anytime you want to return back to town, you can press L and you'll make your own personal rift gate. I recommend doing this a little before where you die. The reason for this is you don't want to be making that run back again, like I just did. The run back is awful. Absolutely awful. Oh, also, if you don't reclaim your marker, you will lose your experience. Well, you won't. You'll lose the portion that you lost when you died. Apart from that, though, you don't lose it all. You don't lose enough to ever, you know, recede or go back in levels, but it is worth keeping an eye on. I try not to let that happen too often. That's probably about as much as I can say regarding the matter. Death is a very real thing in Grim Dawn. It's a very gritty, dark environment where humanity is on its last legs, and everything in this world is trying to kill you. Absolutely everything is trying to kill you. You don't want to make a repeat habit of dying, even though you're probably about the only human being on the record who can die over and over and over and over again. Oh, and with any skill that you can aim, you can miss. So you just, if you're relying on making attacks a lot, make sure that you don't miss. It would suck if you weren't even pointed in the right direction. Now, because of my playstyle, I like to keep a move key bound. I believe you have to bind one. You don't get one off the top, but that's a Grim Dawn thing. Not necessarily a, Dawn of Masteries thing. I think this one is... What are these strange crystals? You know you're getting something good in Grim Dawn, and you know it's a repeatable experience when... even someone who's played through a good chunk of the game, although I've not beaten the base game. I've not beaten Grim Dawn, Dawn of Masteries either. And I find things that I've never seen before. That's one of the nice things about Grim Dawn. It's a very replayable experience. There's so many ways to create different, unique builds, even though it's the same story over and over and over again. You don't come for the story. The story may attract you, but you don't stay for it. It's the gameplay. The gameplay is what attracts you to come back and keep replaying over and over again. Unlike something like, say, Elden Ring, where it's a very compelling game and you are drawn to complete it, but unless you're trying to make content out of it or you really, really like the game, you definitely do not make repeat playthroughs. NG+, not compelling, because... it takes so long if you want to do more than any percent stuff for Elden Ring. Nice Thunderball. I can't even believe that missed. Oh, you had to use a... You had to call it from the sky just to get any kind of coverage to hit me even once. Oh, and you'll level up a lot in this game. You will level up a lot. Don't even think about it. Just assume your next level up comes as soon as you complete a few quests, kill a number of rares or bosses, and do the extra stuff. That's one of the things about Grim Dawn. Doing the side stuff is actually worth your time. I need to be very careful. Yeah, this thing can kill me in like a fraction of a second. My apologies if I'm not talking. I do need to concentrate. Thankfully, we've ground up already 46, 48 potions or tonics. So if we need... Yes, I know I'm out of energy. And don't be afraid to run out of areas, should you actually need to. And it's vitally important you remain calm. It's very easy to get scared or start panicking in these kinds of games, and then one slip-up leads to another, and you're dead. No time at all. And you also have to mind your positioning. Don't get surrounded. I've said this already. It just bears repeating, especially since we're dealing with something that can kill us in just a couple of hits. And something that can actually... Okay, use the A button here. Just gotta be very careful. And don't get greedy either. Don't say, oh, there's only one more hit left and you're fine. No, just stay the course.
I'm out of energy.
See that? We've already started picking up rare gear. That would be this green gear that we see here. We saw it earlier with Francis's gun, but it's worth pointing out again because this is the first time we're really seeing it drop more readily. As soon as we make the transition over to rares, we should stop picking up
I can't do that yet.
we should stop picking up magic items unless we need money. That way we're not overloading ourselves on gear and constantly spending 20 minutes at the vendor. Now, if I were playing by myself, I'd have no problem doing that. I love making those trips back. There's something mildly decompressing about killing 500 enemies and then, you know, having all that gear to take back. But in truth, on camera, that's not a good practice. It's a great way to not... If you're not ready for it, if you're not planned to do that sort of thing on camera, it's a very good way to, you know, lose engagement. And I know, my moments of silence, I'm talking, and I have moments of silence on camera already. And we'll grab the Star Emerald. Now, these are shrines. When you cleanse a shrine, you get a point of devotion. Shrines have various conditions. Sometimes they require you to kill an enemy. Other times, you need to give them a component or a certain number of iron bits or something. I believe in Dawn of Masteries, they're all fight shrines, but I could be wrong. I want to be very careful about quoting things or saying things that I'm not sure are the truth. Well, for the time being, let's just demonstrate what a fight shrine looks like. See that? We got devotion points. Now, if you thought that classes were bad enough, or masteries were bad enough, you have a skill, a whole different set of stuff. So if classes or masteries are like individual skill sets that are all well meshed together, devotion is more like the extra cherry on top. This is the stuff that will augment your skills in a different way. This brings Grim Dawn a lot closer to Path of Exile, in that there is a second skill system, a second tier of skills that are only available in very specific circumstances, or sometimes are beyond your ability to control, and your only way of getting them is by playing through the game, getting the necessary resources, and spending them. That is definitely a Path of Exile thing. And unlike other skill resource systems, this will tell you how many points you have available. You have exactly 55. I think you get some bonus, but 55 is what we have to work with. Oh my goodness, we better find constellations that will impact us overall. Let's try fire damage. Now, the nice thing about the devotion menu is that it will actually filter out. If you type in the search, and you know how something is listed, you can sort of use this to your advantage. Now, our build is going to be focused more on lightning rather than fire, so you want to be very careful. We don't want to be spending a whole bunch of energy on fire skills, but they are nice, or fire points in this tree, but it is worth, it is worth taking a look out for. We want to be very careful. This is lightning, lightning, lightning. We're looking for anything that meshes well with fire. Unfortunately, the devotion tree does not mesh well with our build. We will be taking a smattering of devotions in order to make up for this. So it'll likely be we have several damage types that are secondary, and lightning as our main source. Let's see. And most of the skills are in 2 or 3 different areas. Now, each set of devotions is broken up into 5 affinities: Ascendant, Chaos, Eldritch, Order, Primordial. Those just group the affinities in some arbitrary way. Really, the way that you'll group the constellations in an arbitrary manner, you need to get affinity bonuses by completing constellations, which you do by investing a certain number of points up to its keystone. When you fill out a constellation using your devotion or affinity points, you will gain what it says. So if the complete constellation bonus is 3 Ascendant and 3 Primordial, then you'll have that to work with. Some constellations do require that you complete other constellations of the same kind, category, or of multiple kinds and categories in order to fully unlock them. So it will be quite some time. What I would focus more on is just looking at which ones contain a skill or a set of damage types you're looking for, and go with that. So in our case, we want we would want lightning and fire, and we'll probably end up with either chaos or aether. Aether damage is like a third option. So let's try to focus on skills that provide those things. And in particular, you want to work your way toward the constellations that have like these on them. Some of them have capstones that that offer an extra augmentation. So like this one is a 50% chance when hit. Another way of looking at devotions is basically some of them offer player skills, let's call them. You know how we saw Fireball on Francis's gun, and it had an 8% chance? These are templated exactly like that, with the same restrictions as well. Some of them activate when you're struck, some of them activate when you attack, some will activate on crit. Let me find one that does. Yes, this one here will trigger on critical attack. And it's 100% because critical attacks are already a percentage. Oh, so stuffy. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Your build is more or less going to determine which sort of devotions you take. I do believe you can undo devotions. I'm not sure about that. However, most of the devotions that you do get will end up being at least somewhat useful to you. So I highly recommend we just get started. I believe some of the ones that I want to focus on are either at the bottom that require certain affinities, or up here. And if we take a look, we can sort of figure out which ones we want to focus on. So it looks like the ones we want are Primordial, Ascendant, Chaos, and Eldritch. Usually there's one that you just don't ever touch. It just doesn't fit whatever you're looking for. And in our case, it's going to be Order. So for the time being, we're going to start by filling out all the ones on this center spoke, except for the Order one. We're going to leave that one alone. I think we've spent entirely too long on that screen. Let's clear out the cave, and then we'll take a 5 to 10 minute break. This here is Kaizog. He's not super difficult. You just, he comes with his own minions. He can summon them. All you do is just avoid standing in the stuff, and you fire back at him. He's deadlier when there's other things surrounding him. Really not much more to say other than that. Oh, and enemies will absolutely regenerate their health if you let them. And we've already gotten a level up just like that. Absolutely breathtaking gameplay. And I make this look easy. You know, I make this look like I've been here before, I've done that before. You know, what's the deal about saying this mod isn't easy? And I suppose that's one of the nice things about Grim Dawn, or Dawn of Masteries, is you can tailor your difficulty. You want it to be a hellscape? You know, crank it up to 11. You know, everything is a hero, everything is a boss. And the enemies that are present are way too numerous to count. You will be lagging out hardcore. If you want just the regular Grim Dawn experience with only the custom enemies and the masteries, you can do that. Or you can even decrease the spawn rates. You can absolutely say no to the extra stuff if you don't want it. There are a lot of things you can't say no to, such as the other masteries or the custom enemies, but you can't say no to how many of them there are. You really can tailor the difficulty just for you, in a way that fits with I'm still stretching, sorry. In a way that, you know, meshes well with the hack and slash ARPG experience. Alright, now that we're here, we're gonna open a rift. We're gonna go back to Devil's Crossing, and we're gonna take a break. We won't talk to Bourbon yet. We have other things we need to do. If I manage to come back earlier on camera, I will totally like earlier than expected, I will go ahead and sell stuff, and I'll show my process for how I do this once or twice. That way, people understand what it is I'm doing off camera. But off camera, if there's loot I need to process, I will process it and then cut it off, because that's what the file is. Other than that, yeah. So my intermissions, 5 to 10 minutes. Get a stretch, get a snack, get a drink, a smoke and a pancake. I don't know. But you know, go preoccupy yourselves. And I want to thank you guys for showing up so far. I really do truly appreciate it. And with that, I will be back after this short break. I will see you guys then. I am back. I am really sorry about that. Had to go find a nasal strip and get a cough drop or two. I'm hoping that will be enough to stave off the stuffy feeling. Everyone have a good break. Let's recap. Well, not recap, but let's highlight what we're going to do next. I got quests to turn in. We need to talk to those people. When we talk to Bourbon, we're going to get more quests. And the only one we have to turn in is Faldis. The one regarding Miss Hart will be found later on. And we will turn that in then. Always make a habit of, if and whenever you get to a safe location, or have cleared out enough area, go ahead and turn in a quest. Sometimes quests will ask you to do things in the same area multiple times, and it's much easier if you're prepared for that. Well, I'll be damned. You really came through for me. That rift took me back to Devil's Crossing, just as you promised. You're welcome. I'd like to thank you. Here, take everything I found out there. It's not much, but maybe you could make some use of it. If NPCs have something interesting to say, that wedge will be green. If you've already talked to them, or they have nothing to say, it'll be white. And what we have is an amulet. We have rings. Let's see. So that takes care of that. So, Smuggler. Let's talk Smuggler a little bit more. Smuggler has 2 inventories. Unless you're playing a hardcore character, one of these is shared and one of these isn't. I've put together a little bit of a care package in here, although this was before I ended up shifting my elemental damage types. Transfer stash is shared between all non-hardcore characters. The normal stash is the individual stash. This is not shared. We're going to put all our components in there, which is something we can do just right away. Then we're going to sort our inventory, and we'll sort our other inventories to boot. Then, what I generally like to do is I like to sift out any consumables that are in here, besides health and energy. Anything at all. Anything I don't need. Dynamite, don't need it yet. We will eventually. Aether crystals we're going to need in just a moment. And then as for everything else... Okay, this one's actually way better than that one. And then mainly what we want to look for to store in here would be anything unique. But we've already taken care of that. We don't have anything else. So now what I generally like to do, is sell off equipment next. We don't have anything blue, so we have nothing to worry about in that regard. I typically keep blues and purples. I sell everything else. Oh, and yes, I'm perfectly aware that we might have weapons in this batch that are better than others. I don't particularly care about that while I'm on camera. While I'm on camera, your time is valuable. And I don't like to waste it. So I typically just sell. Although I tend to do this anyway on camera, or even off camera. I don't particularly care for sifting through hundreds of items. I only start to do this when they're rare or better. Then I will sift through the rares and make that decision. And then when we have epics, I typically only sift through those. I keep going up the list until we only have legendaries, and then I don't need to sift through loot ever again. It's a good system. Keeps me from being driven insane. And selling everything else means that we can, more or less, fund any kind of project we need, any kind of deconstruction effort, anything of that sort. We will always have money for it. I like to think it's a good system. I don't know. How do other people like to operate in ARPGs? Or these hack and slash ARPGs? Are people hoarders? I don't have a problem with that. I used to be one. Are you a person who just turns on the loot filter and only picks up stuff from the loot filter? Are you a person who just does not pick up anything except only the things they need? Is that typically what is that typically how you operate? I struggled with that for a hot second. Okay, we actually want to keep this offhand. We lose defense, though. But not by that much. Maybe at 10 points at most. Okay. I think we could get rid of that. And then as for this one... which one is better? I think... 7 and 37... This one actually moves toward our build goal. This one does not. We sell this one. We keep the rest. Then, we'll go ahead and boost our physique. We sorely need the health. We're not quite at the level to pick our second class yet. And then I think we'll do this. Well, actually, not yet. Not yet. We'll put that in there, though. And we'll have to do our best not to forget about it, either. I'm also not going to worry about transmogging too many things on camera. I'm going to mostly stick to, headgear. Speaking of headgear, one thing that did change is hair. If I take off our helmet, our guy is bald. Or buzzed. I guess is what I should say, is they're buzzed. And just look at that head mesh. Very short hair. The illusionist... Oh, and you have to have a headpiece in order to actually transmogrify. So we're just gonna find one of these bad boys. Well, I don't know, let's say an actual head of hair. And apply the illusion. There, no more hat. Some of the hats are really cool, however, so this won't last that long. You can also still occasionally see bits of the original hair mesh poking through. Working through and modding this thing is hard, from what I understand. Let's repair this bridge. I think I only recall having to need scrap and scrap and bits in order to repair that bridge. Yep, 6 scrap. Repairing that will be useful. We generally don't need that repair until way, way later. We got a lot of Burwitch to cover, but you know what? At the end of the day, doing things early and often is a surefire sign that you're doing things right. Let's see. Can we talk to Kasparov yet? No, not quite. Need to wrap up with, Bourbon first. Alright, Bourbon, what do you have to say?
That Dead attacks have slowed and their numbers are thinning. I take that as a sign that you've dealt with the source?
We have killed the reanimator,
A
yes.
creature was doing this? Disturbing. Thanks to your efforts, we may yet hold out here a little longer. Take some well-deserved time to rest and recover. Welcome to Devil's Crossing.
Thank you.
I need some time to plan our strategy. In the meantime, there are others around Devil's Crossing who could use your help. Take a moment to mingle with your fellow survivors. Kasparov, our resident scientist, is really eager to speak with you. He babbled some nonsense, but I believe he wants to talk about your connection with the Ethereals. Barnabas, our handyman, said he needed help with our water pump. When you're done assisting him, speak with me in my office inside the prison. Both are outside the prison. Kasparov is in the house next to the giant rift gate, and Barnabas keeps his camp by the windmill on the south side. You can't miss it. I'm still waiting for one of my scouts to report in. Take some time to...
I'll try my best to answer them. You've earned that much. The hangman called me taken. What did he mean? It's our word for those possessed by ethereals. Taken can be difficult to distinguish from normal humans, but you, or whatever possessed you, stumbled through the rift gate here and became trapped by Kasparov's wards. As you were dangling from the gallows, we watched as the spirit left your body to die. That was when we cut you down. I won't lie to you. It's not going to be easy for folks around here to get used to you. Nature of the times. You've gained us a small victory by killing the reanimator, but our struggle is far from over. What are these ethereals? That's a tough question. Nobody knows for sure. Most of what I know is from old reports circulated by the Resistance shortly after the Grim Dawn. The namesake. It's an event. It is said that the ethereals are not of this world. The Arcanists named them after the ethereals they so cherish for their sorcery. Ethereals possess living creatures and corrupt the flesh into whatever horrific shape they deem necessary. I suppose you can count your blessings that you were not possessed long enough to experience this. As far as I can tell. Very well. Now we can talk to Kasparov.
Welcome to my workshop. I saw you fighting the dead out in Lower Crossing, and I dare say you were absolutely brilliant. Evidently, cutting you off that noose was the best decision the captain made that day. Where are my manners? I'm Kasparov, scientist and inventor. What brings you to my humble shop?
Captain said you wanted to speak with me.
Rift gates, yes. The ethereals use them to get around. I was working on a way to close them, but then you stumbled through ours. We have never seen a human, possessed or otherwise, pass through one before. Not a living one, anyway. It was then that I realized that we could put these portals to use. There is something about you that is attuned to the rift gates, and I intend to replicate it. You don't remember anything, do you? I may have taken some liberties while you were out cold. It was just a few tests, a blood sample or two, nothing major. The results were curious. It appears that your body is still teeming with residual aether energies. Don't worry, you won't be growing any new limbs, probably. But I'm going on tangents here. I believe that with a correctly tuned pulse of aether energy, we can replicate this phenomenon in a controlled manner, as in without the need for pesky possession. I've been working on just the device to do it, but it needs power. For that, I require aether crystal fragments.
Like the ones in my possession?
Excellent. These will do perfectly. I'll just place them into my device here, and... Oh, no, that's not right. Not at all. That pulse, it wasn't supposed to go off. Oh, dear. 1, 2, 3... Yes, my fingers are still intact. Did it reach you too? How do you feel?
Stronger, I guess?
Very good. I'm sure a little more aether in your system won't do you the slightest harm. Okay, maybe it was a lot more. But you look fine. Fitter than ever. A real shame about the prototype, though. Showed such promise. Perhaps if I had more fragments.
I think we're done here.
We've been so preoccupied with this Riftgate business that I completely forgot about my apprentice, Darlet. I sent her out to the Burwich estates to fetch parts for our research, and she's been gone entirely too long. Seems her ineptitude carries beyond just the workstation.
Wow, rude. But also you lost your apprentice?
I have to say, I do feel a little responsible for her now that she's my apprentice. Could you please go out there and find that hopeless girl?
Well, since you look like someone who's just gonna get themselves killed, firing at random undead things, sure. You owe me, Kasparov. Yeah, and we get a single skill point from that. Impressive, huh? I think we'll use this to actually increase our overall stats. Overall stats are never a bad thing. Now let's collect some other quests. This is what it comes down to a lot of the time in Grim Dawn, is just actually talking to NPCs, hearing what they have to say. They'll ask you, hey, will you do this for me? And you do it, and you get a reward. Sometimes it's a skill point. Most of the time, it's gear and experience, and not much more than that. I hear you've been cleaning up out there in Lower Crossing. If you're going to keep fighting those bastards, you'll need better equipment than that. Here's something you'll likely never see again in this world, stranger. Something for nothing. Take some iron coin off my hands. I don't need it no more. Well, goody gosh gobbledy goodness. You see, they killed my Annabelle back when the village was first overrun. Ain't nothing gonna bring her back, and if it tries, I'll put a bullet through its skull. That's how you know the times are really dire. When instead of welcoming your loved ones back from the dead, you really give them a like a very grim welcome, a bullet through the skull. Then again, coming back from the dead is generally not a good thing anyway. I got nothing left but revenge, so I pay good iron to those willing to put down those abominations. Take Pharos, Gilius, and Negan, for instance. Used to all be good men, defenders of the Empire. Oh, that's the first time we're hearing of that. Now nothing more than shambling fiends stalking the swamplands of Whitemire. Slaughter them. Put them in the dirt like they ought to be. And I'll give you some more from my stash. I don't trust handouts, but I'll put them down for you. When what you really want to say in a video game is yesn't. That is YESN''T.
I'm still waiting for one.
You know, yes, but also no. Yep. Just yesn't. I hear that's quite the trend going around now, is, you know, conjunctions that don't have a function.
The captain send you over? He must have done quite a service with the dead if he's got hands to spare for old Barnabas. Let's get to business, yeah? Our wind pump's broken down again and we're running low on water. We're all out of parts, so I can't fix her up. Can always melt down what weapons we have, but not too fond of being devoured in my sleep. I'll need scrap from Lower Crossing.
Let's not be dumb and just ask where.
Search the ruined houses and the old dumping grounds on the far side of Lower Crossing, past the burial hill. Smash some junk. Search the bodies of those things roaming around out there. Where you get it isn't that important to me, just that you get it soon. We're running out of drinking water. Nothing to be said about ever taking a bath again.
Sure, we need 5 scrap. Now, we could go and be good little children and actually obtain it the honest way. Or we could have to obtain it the honest way anyway. That's fine. I thought we could buy scrap. I forgot we can't do that. Well, we only need 4 scrap, thank goodness. And granted, had we not actually repaired that bridge, we would have had the scrap we needed for this quest. Alas, all we can do is carry on and keep on and actually make our way. Thought I felt something stuck in my tooth there. Or, you know, continue grinding. Grinding corpses to find the scrap we need. Lots of, you know, poison everywhere. See, we've already picked up something we shouldn't have picked up, had no business picking up, but we did. Now we have to make do with it. Clogs our bank. Just clogs our storage. Absolutely. How much more to say than that? So how's everyone liking Grim Dawn so far? How's everyone liking Dawn of Masteries so far? I like it. I wouldn't be streaming it if I didn't. I don't stream projects I'm not interested in. I just don't. I'll take game requests. But if it's something I don't have, I kind of expect to be provided a good link to get it. Or a good going rate for it. I don't want to be arm and legged for a request. And besides, lots of streamers don't take requests. And the fact that I even take them, I make it sound like I'm a big kahuna. I'm not. The fact that I take them at all should be reason enough to at least be willing to meet me halfway in the regard on requests. Oh, with bosses on the screen, you really do have to kind of pay attention. You can leash them, meaning, you know, you can run out of range and they will, you know, they'll go about their merry business, which can be useful sometimes. Sometimes you just bite off more than you can chew. That being said, it's not a good practice. Oh, God. But, you know, one advantage of having all these enemies lying around. Sorry, I think I managed to catch that sneeze. Ooh, rough. Very rough. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, I suppose I was saying, one nice thing about having all these enemies on the screen is that eventually we will get what we need. There is no question about that. It's just a matter of when. Now, had we reduced the enemy spawns, I'd be a tad bit worried, but I'm not. But it may be a while before we get the scrap we need, and that can put us a bit over level. Although, who am I kidding? With the amount of settings we have cranked up, we're already going to be over level for most areas by at least 2 to 3 levels, if not more. Okay, second class. Sentinelist was the first. Elementalist is the second. Now that we have this nice second class, we'll have to decide when we're picking up crowd control. I think for the purposes of our build, we don't need to pick it up yet. Instead, we're going to keep going. We've picked a class. Now we're going to continue leveling up. Now that we've hit the point with Lightning Shield, however, I do want to stop right here so that we can, you know, wrap up the skills we are currently working on and then go from there. So our plan, more or less, is to dip a few points into Elementalist to pick up the necessary CCs and probably get extra resistance, and then just kind of stop. Our main class is Essentialist. I believe as soon as we get our first point in an actual Elementalist skill, our title will change. Right now, we're just Essentialist with something extra. The second we get points into it, we'll no longer be able to choose the extra class. So if you're like, oh, I want to read the class, but I don't want to commit to a choice yet, you don't have to. You can undo the class. You just can't have put any points into it first. That's all. Oh, the deflections ain't good. But thank goodness, our damage is starting to really pick up now. The only things that are going to be troubling us are bosses. Or, you know, something that's over-leveled for us. That might also create some trouble. And, you know, running out of energy, that might also do the trick. Look at that. Easy stuff. I feel like we could crank it up further, but I'm not going to, because I don't want to lag you guys out. And one of my favorite things to do is to just find factions that are warring with one another and just start hurling chain lightning into the mix and see what lives and what dies. That's one of the nice benefits of these chain or branching builds. Sorry, that's me munching on cough drop. I could do without old Bloodbriar. We'll be meeting them again later. At this point, our zaps are doing about as much as a slam or as one of our slams, which is good. With the last test that I did, I was a little worried that our build wasn't going to get off the ground in time. But it's nice to see that, you know, we are starting to rack up damage pretty quickly. It's expensive. It takes a lot of energy, and you can run out. I did not want to pick up I tend not to pick up white items as soon as I start seeing yellows, and I start getting geared in them. I typically brush those aside. But if you absolutely need money, you know, pick up everything. You can always make extra trips. It just sucks having to constantly discard, you know... it sucks having to discard actual real loot instead of whites. Like, white items. That's all. One thing to note is that if you change the camera like this, you do change your perspective of the mini-map, or the actual map, by pressing M. So if you don't want that happening to you, I highly suggest you try not to tilt the camera more than you absolutely need it. Of course, if you've played the game enough to remember where everything is, then it doesn't really matter. But I can get turned around relatively easily. I'm not at that stage of the game yet, where I remember everything. I only remember some stuff. We're just gonna do the old kiting trick. Oh, that's good. We actually needed to get some energy. I'll take all the breaks you're willing to give me, enemy. Because boy, was that boss a hard find. Ah, and here you are again. Some of them definitely look like World of Warcraft enemies, like that tree enemy earlier. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I see those I used to see those all the time in World of Warcraft, and that's what that golden treant enemy made me think of. Speaking of World of Warcraft, I've heard about Dragonflight, I think. I'm pretty sure that that's the name of the expansion. It sounds like fun. Especially with some of the old talent system coming back. I would love to see that. Honestly, I think a lot of Blizzard's game design over the past 5 to 8 years was something of an overcorrection from the past. It's not that people didn't like the talent system of the past. People just wanted less fluff. You know, people wanted a streamlined experience instead of stuff literally being useless unless you throw it together a very specific way. Okay, we gotta be careful. This particular Manticore enemy does hit very hard. And that poison hurts something fierce. I will say I'm not used to, like, the whatever invoker class that they have going on. Typically it's like a generic job title, and it makes some kind of sense. This one just sounds like it's, you know, trying to score some points with the Scaly community. And I guess not that that's a bad thing. Goodness knows the Scalies need some representation, but I don't know. It seems a bit forced. Like, you could call it a Draconic Invoker, or, you know, a Dragonkin, or something like that, and it would be fine. It wouldn't have the ring of something super specific like that. But Blizzard be Blizzard doing Blizzard things, am I right? Or am I right? Oh. Goodness me. It's already 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Plus, I'll be lucky if I get done by dinner. Oh, I thought it was between my legs. I need that cough drop. It is helping. The nasal strip and the cough drop are helping, but it isn't perfect. Okay, we're going to be very careful and get out of here now while the getting is good. We'll need to do this a few times. You know, just kind of come in, hit the enemy some number of times, get out. Just don't wait too long. Or, you know, this can happen where enemies are quite literally covering the screen. There we go. We might still have to move, but now we're not sitting in poison at the very least.
I'm out of energy.
Oh, there we go. That's finally calmed down somewhat. And of course you can't have it all. You will find enemies that resist, or even outright, you know, hard counter and become immune to your stuff, which is why you can't rely entirely on a damage type. You do have to build some other types of damage in order to make things work. Ah, and here it is, 2.0. But see, even without chaining to a whole bunch of targets, our Electrocute makes short work of most of them. This is why I like lightning builds, by the way. You know, it being my namesake here on YouTube only makes that decision a little bit easier, but I generally like cleave type builds in games like this, where it's like, I have an enemy I really need to take down. I can't afford to deviate attention from it, even for a second. But I know other things have to die. And chain lightning type builds are generally right in my wheelhouse. Thankfully, that boss was not as bad as the rest. Make sure we've cleared out the place completely. Check for any corpses. Corpses do sometimes have lore on them. Can't just rely only on objects. Something that I think is cool that I only just now noticed is that if you've leveled up, your UI will blink at you to let you know that you actually have a level up ready. Let's go ahead and level that up now. Let's put a point into Cunning. And then let's keep leveling up. This. We need it. And I'll take just a quick moment to look through any green gear that I think I could shift out. I do not believe we electrocute foes. Nope, it's just straight lightning and stun right now. So electrocute doesn't actually mean anything here. Oh, but isn't this something? Damage boost plus a skill? That's usually better than without a skill. I worry about the lack of attack speed here, but this could be a good item. This I'm not replacing yet. Those boots are better, but I want to make sure I have some kind of defense on them. Okay, let's take a look at our damage. Lightning damage, 30%. pretty good stuff. Now let's get out of this dank and scary poison dump cave. We have 3 scraps plus the 1 in the bank. We only need 1 more piece of scrap and then we're good to go. And I know what I said about not sticking my nose in places that we don't need to be yet. That's mainly for, like, extra areas. And I'm aware of a good chunk of them where it's very high up. We haven't hit that point yet. Right now, we are intended to be here. Plus, enemies will just scale to our level anyway, which is always nice. They don't scale 100% of the time. If you come up to an area that's already loaded, but yet you've leveled, only enemies that undergo fresh spawns will scale up to you. You can come up on level 5s. We should start seeing more heroes as well. And not the good kind either. Hero enemies. And we start seeing a lot of beastkin out here. There are quite a few enemy types out here, which is pretty impressive. You think it would be all undead, but it's not. Like, there really is a story in this place. It's not just, oh, humans died, yada yada, undead apocalypse. There are beasts, there are insects. It really is quite all over the place. And of course I know the extra enemy types, like Serpentier or Rot Spew, kind of complicate things. But if you look at the generic enemies, you know, the ones that aren't heroes, they give you a good impression of what the enemy types are supposed to be in the area. Like, now we're going to start dealing with beastkin, insects, and, beastkin, insects, and, you know, serpentine foes. Like, serpent folk. Oh, and the story on the particular kind of sentient serpent beings is really interesting. At least in terms of an origin story, anyway. I would love to make a Pathfinder race based on this, on that story. I won't spoil it, however. There are lore entries that will help explain, that will help explain what the deal is with, the Slith. I think we've bumped into them a few times. They're referred to as Slith. These half-man, half-serpent enemies. So beautiful. I love my build. I came up with it, I did testing. Granted, did I do a whole bunch of testing? No. But in Grim Dawn, you really do have to love what you're doing. You can't just, you can try something not willy-nilly, it's the wrong thing I want to say. You can try things arbitrarily, but there's really no, there's kind of no going back once you pick something. Yeah, once you pick, there's no going back, and unless you're doing a hardcore run of some kind, you know, you can make it an alt. You can transfer anything you make or find over to the actual build that you're interested in maintaining. The game is really quite alt-friendly. You'd be surprised at how friendly it is. It doesn't actually... And when I say it's friendly, sorry, I should clarify that there aren't arbitrary restrictions on what you can and can't submit to your characters, your other characters. Only soulbound things are like this. Granted, that sort of restriction is in Diablo, Path of Exile, stuff like that. But the restrictions feel arbitrary over there. This, it's meant to be a single-player game. Or you can co-op it with one other person. There's no leaderboard. There's no competition to get to the top. There's nothing like that going on. It's just a single-player or a co-op ARPG experience with hack-and-slash elements thrown in. It's good. I like it. I wish more games would use this sort of style to really communicate their gameplay and lore across. Granted, the story should be a tad bit better than what's in here, but when you actually read all the things that are written down, it's not a bad story. It's really not. It's similar to reading something out of Dark Souls, where you need to read the extra stuff if you want to understand. Yeah, you'll get the basic gist, but that's not the same as really understanding what the game is trying to tell you. And I think that could be lost in today's escapism from games. Like, games as a decompression tool are very valuable, and I don't want to shame anyone for using them as escape tools, but you should escape something into something you're actually interested in, and not just, oh, I'm gonna pick something random. I don't know. I guess that's the process of figuring out whether games are for you or not, is experimentation. I don't know. I'm probably not wording it right, but I guess I just mean I need to be careful. I want to make sure I'm not saying something insidious by mistake. Experimentation for your own interests is important, but it would behoove you to do some research ahead of time and not just, don't waste money. Make sure that what you're about to engage in is really the habit you want to be forming for the rest of your life. For example, if you start playing Magic the Gathering at a young age, that's a trading card game. If you play Magic the Gathering at a young age, and you really like the game, no research required. Your research is personal experience. But if you're someone trying to determine whether Magic is for you or not, look at the cards. Look at the types of rules. It's not a children's card game. I'll be the first one to tell you. It's very complicated. It's a really old game. A really old card game. And the rules and the complexity of them really show. Go ahead and put this point into spirit. Need it. I might need another cough drop. Come on, coin. Get it together. I forgot what I was gonna say. Probably a sign I've been rambling too long. I guess just know that it would behoove you to just look at your source material of whatever hobby you're trying to develop. If you're wanting to paint, look at what people do with the paint. Look at prices for your hobby. Try to be pragmatic about it. If your hobby is expensive, and expensive is a problem for you, maybe think twice, or find a simulacrum of that hobby that works just as well, and doesn't cost you that much in cash. Or, if your hobby is going outdoors, or you're thinking about picking that up as a hobby, keep your physical condition into account. Be reasonable, I guess is the point I'm making. Don't tax yourself and accidentally run yourself into an early grave with a hobby, or, you know, don't accidentally spend yourself into poverty on a hobby you weren't sure you weren't going to like in the first place. Granted, nothing prepares you for the inevitability of trying something and finding out you don't like it, but research can keep those things to a more reasonable minimum, or at the very least a reasonable opportunity cost. Because that is how developing hobbies and stuff works. It's a risk. You are taking on a risk that you might be doing something you'll never like. I'm trying to think of one where that was the case for myself. I don't know. I guess I thought I would like cooking as a hobby, and then it turns out I just didn't. Perhaps part of it has to do with I already have to do it to survive. Why would I take interest in it? Part of it is also just I'm not an adept at cooking. I don't really know. I feel like I would probably cook burnt food more than half the time, or if it isn't burnt, it's over or under-seasoned. I can bake fine, and I don't mind baking, but in terms of regular old cooking, I'm less sure. I know, I speak of baking as though it were a separate thing. It's still cooking. It's just cooking where you have to be precise. And I suppose that's maybe something about me that people should know. I'm a creature of precision. I don't like when I have to eyeball things. I like my measurements nice and precise. I like knowing that when I follow a set of instructions, just making sure I am not missing any messages here, that when I miss... Oh dear. That when I miss or mess up the set of instructions, I have to chuck it out and start over. I don't waste time trying to bake something in and attempt to eat it. No, I go find something else to eat. It's very, you know you screwed up, or you know you passed. Granted, cooking is still somewhat of an art, and I'm a STEM major, so art's not really my thing. I like when things have a process and things work the same every time, regardless of how you start or stop your process, but that is not how life works. Even science can be an art, if you are so inclined. Oh, this already has multiple points in it. Good to know. We'll just round this off very quickly. Oh, you're probably wondering why that keeps happening, where it's like, oh, I paused the game accidentally. If you press spacebar, you pause the game. And spacebar happens to be, like, right next to M. Like, M, or B, or C. Which are easy things to end up accidentally pausing the game for. And if you can get these heroes to sort of separate, that's even better. Then you don't have to worry so much. And see, we're already finding some rare gear. Actually, not rare. I'm sorry. Rare is green. We're already finding some, epic stuff. I keep forgetting epics are blue in this game. You can change the color of that, of course, but that's not a good idea. You want your colors to be consistent, both in Magic the Gathering and this sort of game. Now, these are totems. These are not shrines. Totems are like shrines in Diablo 3 or 2, where you click on them, and at the end, you have these enemies that you fight, and when you fight and beat them, you get a reward. You get gear, or something along those lines. Yeah, it's like a loot pinata, but in an object form. One downside of our lovely little build is that it can get us into trouble. You know, it can pull things off the map. A lot of the chain lightning type spells don't exactly have, they don't have a finite range, or they do, but it's way longer than you think it is. And you just end up pulling like 50, 60, 70 enemies at a time, or like 40 enemies at a time. 10 of them, thanks to this lovely mod, are of course heroes and bosses, and you just end up getting yourself killed. It is something to bear in mind. You can kill yourself really easily. I do it all the time when I'm playing Grim Dawn. I constantly lose sight of the fact that my chain spells are going to pull random stuff. But usually, the stuff it ends up chaining to just dies. So it's like, fine, whatever, but then also, you know, be aware you're getting extras, even if what you chain to ends up dying. Very strange, I know. And normally, the music in these sorts of games is pretty I shouldn't say that. What I should say is, while the music can be inconsequential, I often mute it to put on my own stuff if I'm grinding off camera or anything like that. But, you know, the music does do a good job of building up the atmosphere in Grim Dawn. Even if it's a little bit, what am I looking for in that sentence? Generic, let's call it. A lot of guitar, a lot of, oh, there's an NPC here, somewhere around here. I think it's over this way. But the stuff in Grim Dawn tends to be very low-key. It's moreover meant to be an ambient thing than a real piece of music sometimes. It definitely can be. Sometimes the scores get real interesting, but most of the time, the score is just, it's there to keep the sense and suspense from being out of control, or, you know, just constantly having gnashing enemy noises every 5 seconds. You get something interesting to listen to. Okay, we have a cave. Perfect place to park. Let's go back. Level up, which of course we could always use. Alright, we have our electrocutes. Now we're going to put our points into... What do I want to do? Lightning's the primary type, but we are going to be using other stuff. But I think before we get it passive, we actually should just go ahead and make sure we have our ice bomb ready. So, Ice Bomb is a sorcerer's chunk of ice. You throw it out there, and it'll detonate, and it has a chance at freezing targets. To be quite honest, this may be where our tsunami skill ends up going in Devotion. Now if we look, I think I might have mentioned before how it said we are still a Scintillist, even though we had taken a second class. Now that we have a point in it, we are now the Master of Elements. And boy are we ever. Lightning, fire, frost, there's nothing we can't pitch at an enemy somewhere. That being said, you need to come over and dispense with our components. This is putting in rare items or like special items like this is probably about the only management I want to be doing on camera, with very little exception. I'm doing my best not to do that. It is very tempting. I am very much the type of person that loves to sit here and organize inventory. But I know that that's not a good viewing experience. So I'm more over showing you what I typically do off camera. Oh, and the appearance or the way this is organized will definitely change several times over. Don't get comfortable seeing it this way. It's probably not gonna last, but it is worth bearing in mind. Let's see, we actually want to keep these Slith amulets on us for a quest later. And then another consumable. I think that about does it. Yeah, okay. Now we can focus on picking out our spoils. I will bear in... actually should bear in mind already. 37% lightning damage. Huh. Oh, this is just straight up better. Okay. We don't even need to keep this. We can use this offhand instead. Great stuff. I'm gonna flicker this. The chat. Like I said, paranoid about that. I have missed stuff before on Twitch, and it drives me hog wild. I'll miss alerts. I'll feel really bad about missing them as well. And I know that I'm only human. I can only catch so much. But still, I worry that someone takes my, lack of seeing or responding to them as being woefully and completely ignorant of them, ignoring them. And that's not what I'm trying to do. It just doesn't always work out that I could see what everyone's saying. Of course, then again, I didn't put up my usual tweet notices either. Nope, this was just a straight up automated response from YouTube. I can't say I would be surprised if I would be surprised if I saw anyone in this video. But what can you do? Except do better, I guess. Let's see. Let's fire. This is just a ring. We don't have any pets. Pierce resistance. Reduced attack speed retaliation? What? Huh. I'm just kind of scanning over all the gear and making sure I completely understand what it is I'm reading. Reading gear is important. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Reading is super important. You could end up equipping something that is completely counterintuitive to your build. Let's see. This is better damage-wise, but it's missing energy regeneration. I don't know how I feel about that. Probably not good overall. It's just aether damage. I think maybe Molten Walkers are about the only thing I'd probably want to replace right about now. Yeah, that's probably about it. I think I've got most of what I'm looking for. Now, these blues. We are not selling these. We're going to park them in here right now. What we're instead going to do with them is keep them for a dismantling process later. We could get something very useful in these. Way, way better than, components or, these other actual special items. Let's just go ahead and sort this. That way we have an easy time looking at it. Offensive ability, health regenerated per second. Yeah, I forget to look at rings and amulets a lot. That is something I also am trying to get better about. They're very small items. They're very easy to miss. And I know, I'm basically saying one thing and doing another right now. I promise that will improve. I just need people to bear with me a little while I show it off the first time. And then after that, I will deal with it off camera like I said I was going to. Promise. I think we've pretty much gotten what we wanted out of that. I'm gonna go ahead and throw these items in here. Yep, see, this is generally what I do, is I'll just... If I know I'm pressed for time, I will shove things into this place, into my various bags, satchels, and sacks, and I will wait. I will reorganize as much as I need to, and that way we have plenty of room for loot. We can interact with this table. This is the bounty table. So if you've actually if you've gotten your reputation up to a certain point, I believe it's respected, and respected should be... Yeah, so if you're at least one tier above friendly, they will let you kill various enemies in exchange for reputation and gear. I find that that is typically an endgame thing, because you're moving from area to area in the base game, but we can get to respected pretty quickly with this mod. So I may show that off at some point. It's like, oh, look at how much earlier we can do this.
Did you get the scrap?
Will this suffice?
I'll get the wind pump up and running in no time. Devil's Crossing will have safe drinking water again, and it's all thanks to you. First class is on me. Well, good news is, I got the water pumping again. The only problem is, it smells like a sewer. We're about a tenfold worse. I haven't smelled something this rotten since I cleared out a den of slith ages ago. They're loathsome reptiles, make their homes in swamps and dank caves. They secrete a nasty poison into the water that makes it drinkable for them, but nearly always fatal to us. I bet good iron there's a nest in that cave that fuels our pump. I'm too old for all this spelunking, so I need you to go down there and kill it. This key will open the cellar in the shack behind me, right by that accursed rift gate. It connects to the bowels of the prison, which should lead you to the cave. Find the Slith matriarch that's likely polluting our water supply, and the poison should clear out on its own. You do this, and all the Devil's Crossing will be honoring your name with every glass.
Sure. So, Slith are serpentine enemies with blood, or whose blood and bodily fluids are made entirely of poison and venom. Which is just fantastic. There are also other things in here, but the main things we're going to encounter are Slith. They mean business. And Slith aren't an enemy type that can kill you that quickly. Like, yeah, any bosses or rares can or bosses or heroes can certainly give you a run for your money. However, you know, bosses and heroes of any enemy type will give you a run for your money. It's the fact that generally they will wear you down with poison and they will wear you down with poison, knockback, or other stuff, or a lot of debuffs. Not as many as, say, the Chthonic enemy class when we find them, but they're pretty annoying. Sources stack. Poison after you've actually went and killed your enemy. It's very unfortunate. Oh, I'm dead. Very dead. I guess we'll be trying that sequence again, huh? Oh, and Dawn of Masteries will give you Dawn of Masteries unique tips. So don't just, like, tune out until you've seen all the tips, because some of them have changed. Which I think is a very good thing about the mod. It says that a lot of care and attention was put into it. Now, if people want to know about some other mods that are here, or other mods that are similar, you have the Grimmarillion. You've got the individual mods that make this up. Speaking of Grim Dawn, Dawn of Masteries, Grim Dawn, Dawn of Masteries is made up of a number of mods. I will go ahead and highlight them rather briefly. I just want to do this. No, I'm not trying to leave YouTube. I'm still on the screen. So, there are 6 mastery mods in here. Cataclysm, Diablo 2, Diablo 3, GrimQuest, NCFF, Zenith, and Sparker, or aka the Scintillist we're playing. That is what this mod is. Then, for actual, like, enemy alterations, you have Grimmist. For the UI, and then a ludicrous amount of inventory we have, you have the Grim UI Xmod Hoarder. The hairstyle illusions that I'm using are from Hairstylist. Wings, we don't have any, but if we did have them on, they'd be from Wings, the mod of the same name. Cosmetic auras are from Path of Grim Dawn. There's Reskill by Sino, which I'm not sure what this does. Oh, cast teamwork. Ah, okay. This will come much later. We have Devotion Gems from Extended Mayhem. We have Bounties Unlocked, which will make them available as soon as we hit the corresponding rank. We do not need to be of maximum rank in order to get them. Grim Loot, which is a visual effects mod by Kaki Kakex. That's the mod author. and environmental effect, visual and sound effects from Grim Effects by the same person. Official homepage is on its own separate forum. You can find that here. Sorry, about to link it to the wrong place. It's this. Okay. Oh, right. Yeah, I haven't actually left this page. Okay. But more or less, it's a collection of mods. And the Grimmarillion is as well. But Dawn of Masteries has a lot more. Well, I'd say about 4 to 5 more mods in it on average. If I were to try to count them all, it'd be around 4 or 5. I will make it out of here yet. Almost. Oh, I'm still dead. But, you know, I managed to move the death marker. Or it could crash. Wow. Okay. Una momento per favore. We have to get back into the game. We have half an hour. I would like for a single stream to have 0 issues. Whether it be from me or from others. I would love for there to be a non-issue at some point. But alas, sometimes you just can't get those things. And of course, when we crash like this, the place does reset, unfortunately. Like the revealed section of map is the same. However, the enemies that were dead will surely have come back to life. Yada yada, blah blah. You get my point. Oh, and I forgot to mention, today is also a double feature. So after Twitch, or after YouTube, we will move over to Twitch. Probably after dinner. I will have to take a break. It's not an immediate double. Because I have a makeup stream I need to do. We have some Blasphemous we have to finish. Well, we're not quite done with it yet, but we need to kill Isadora. That's it. That's all there is to worry about. We have Isadora to go defeat. We do also have other things we need to do, but, you know, until we kill Isadora, it's rather meaningless to go tackle them. Yes, we could go and find one of the last Mea Culpa shrines. That is probably not good.
My energy is low.
Sorry, trying to focus. Hang on. Oh, tainted brain matter. Now that's hard to come by.
I can't do that yet.
You can tell when our energy is starting to kind of run low, because we're actually burning through it faster than we can regenerate, which is not a good sign, by the way. It happens. It's what happens when you don't have a bunch of vital essence running around. A lot of like major bosses we'll find later will have ads running around that will help refill our vital energy. Also, I believe we just straight up lost. Or either that or we already recovered the experience. I know sometimes if you log out and you leave your death marker, you definitely don't keep your death marker. You do just lose the experience. And I will say, it's very rare for Grim Dawn to crash like that. Especially with the only thing I'm running being this mod package. It's usually very well behaved. This is the first time I've experienced an actual crash with it. Well, I guess you learn something new every day, right? Don't forget, always use the environment to your advantage. If there are walls and rooms that you can strike from while still managing to keep your cover advantage, do that. Because in Grim Dawn, enemies will not hesitate to use BS against you. You should be prepared to do the same. It's just like Elden Ring. These ARPGs don't hold back. You shouldn't either. Holding back or putting arbitrary restrictions that are upon you, just no challenge run, nothing. You don't get any accolades for it. It's just cause you're gonna handicap yourself. You're having a bad time. You're gonna have a bad time in Grim Dawn, really. I guess. Let's see. So 2 targets. We actually don't want a second chain lightning. I believe this impacts 5 or 6 targets, but Electrocute already does this. We want to be very careful. And unfortunately, Elementalist doesn't exactly line up with our skill set, which is why I said we're only doing light dips into this. Just enough for some defense and crowd control, and that's it. We probably want to get up to... at least elemental armoring and finish that out before continuing on other builds. We get 3 skill points now. We won't always get them. I believe after 50 you will get, or 55 you will get 2 points, and then after like 70 or 80 something you'll get 1, and eventually you won't get anything. So you do want to be very judicious about where you're applying your skills. Oh, and that hexagram like symbol there, yeah, that's ours. That's our skill firing off. Oh yeah, and it gets really involved. Once you, what am I trying to say? I just completely mind-fogged. You know, once you start getting several skills, and you have, like, your devotion tree about halfway filled out, oh, the amount of effects on the screen are... oh, it'll blow your mind. That's what I was looking to say. It looks tame now. I'm actually kind of worried because it won't be tame later. A fact I am very much familiar with, and you'll end up... I'm afraid I'll end up crashing a lot more on camera. Sometimes in these maps, in these dungeons, there will be secret rooms. Yeah, there will be these secret rooms. You can miss them. Generally, they're just home to some rare loot, but sometimes you'll find, codex entries in there. You want to be careful. I will say the maps shouldn't be randomized, but sometimes they are. Sometimes they are random. sometimes the exact point at which you find the secret room is not the same at all. And I've been confused many a time looking at maps. Of course, to make matters worse, Dawn of Mastery maps aren't even available. At least not that I'm aware of. I can't find them easily. Doesn't mean they're not there. It means I don't know where to look. But I can't imagine them being easily available. Important thing to know is that I worry about, you know, the game glitching out and crashing anytime you play modded material. Like, anytime you play modded material, you should just already get used to, you know, the game crashing on you. It doesn't make me feel very good. I feel very anxious when a game crashes, but it's the nature of the beast. If you don't want to deal with game crashes, you make sure you purchase only stable games. So, you know, not Skyrim, not Fallout, not Morrowind, none of that. Bethesda games are notorious for crashing for arbitrarily random reasons. Or for no reason at all. Like scripts running in the background, saving too many times, you know, entering and exiting the game at random points. Yeah, not fun. Bethesda games are inherently unstable.
I'm out of energy.
Oh, and I'm on cooldown. Great. Love it. Love that for me. I didn't want to click on that. That happens sometimes. That's why it's important not to use click or to use your left mouse clicks when you're trying to navigate these tight spaces. It's far better to use your use a key or something to help navigate through this. I did not want to pick up a white item, but that is exactly what I did. And if you're not sure about whether or not you're going to find a secret wall, you know, try hovering your mouse cursor over a wall and see if you get something. If your cursor changes shape, you know right away that you're dealing with a secret wall. Especially if it's not referenced on your map anywhere. Or, you know, it just looks like generic wall. Then guess what? You've got a secret. The secret may not amount to much more than gear, but it is at least a secret. It is something you were not aware of before. Notice our playstyle has changed a little bit. Now, with this extra skill, we're no longer just spamming one and hoping it works out. We now actually have something to keep enemies preoccupied for that extra half second. Something that really keeps them from, you know, shredding us to bits. Granted, is it good enough? No, of course not. It's a low-level skill. But hey, it's better than nothing. And the nice thing about Ice Bomb is that it could be used both offensively and defensively. You could use it to cordon off space. If you focus on making your freeze chance, like if I were doing a real frost build with this, and I wasn't just trying to control space with it, it would actually be pretty good. But alas, that is not this skill's fate. It is its fate to be a generic space control tool and nothing more than that. And it's a good space control tool. Oh, and sometimes you get extra ice bombs. You know, you get extras of the deployable. You notice how much area this covered? Yeah, it can block a passage about this wide from enemy from enemy encroachment. Only flyers would get past that. Which is just impressive. And it hits an absolutely staggering area. And all you do is just run and wait. Although sometimes it is positioning or facing dependent, so you know, you can absolutely miss out on deploying that extra awfully vital wall you need. It is something to bear in mind. Most of the time, you're going to end up deploying it as like a space control tool and not an outright denial tool. You're not going to be able to do that most of the time. Cherish the times where you can, because the times where you can't might certainly be the difference between life and death, and you should expect death in this game. That would have taken us a few seconds to get through, by the way. Oh, quite a few seconds to get through unscathed. And, oh boy, am I glad that we did not. Sometimes, of course, you don't actually need to do this. I am demonstrating it, but also a lot of the time, it's just better to get it over with quickly. You only really need these extra defensive skills when you know that, you know, you're going to be in it for the long haul, or you're going to have way more enemies, and you anticipate this. I do a lot. I love this build. And off camera, I would definitely be using Ice Bomb a lot more, but I want to do something different. Something unique. Something that spices up my own playthroughs and gives us something interesting to talk about. So, I don't exactly have an engagement question for you, but I just want you guys to, like, I'm curious what you're thinking. You know, what is your favorite kind of build in these ARPGs? Are you a person who likes stacking up tons of poison and watching things die by 10,000 cuts? Are you a person who likes big, chunky damage and has absolutely no problem running and kiting while also getting off this big, tremendous burst of damage per second? Are you a person who emphasizes particular damage types, like me? I love lightning. I love ice. I love both of those things together. And being able to weave them into a build is one of my favorite things to do. But when I can't or don't want to do that, I do like keeping to a core theme. And I realize those seem like small flavor things. Or like, you know, what's the flavor of what you're trying to accomplish, right? You know, do you imagine yourself to be this great big archmage who casts spells of all kinds? Are you this person who leans into a particular piece of lore or story and makes a build out of it? Are you that kind of person? And I realize it seems absolutely inconsequential. Like, who cares? It's numbers. It's, you know, it's fluff. You could remove all of that stuff and just say, X creature is paralyzed for X seconds. Or, you know, you deal X amount of damage. Doesn't matter what kind. Like, you could strip it down to its bare bones. But at the end of the day, the flavor can really help make or break a game. Like, what I just described, not but 2 seconds ago, feels soulless. It lacks flavor. It lacks definition. But some people are quite literally content to operate that way, and I don't shame them for that. Some people don't care about it. Like, literally. Some people just, like, what is the overall intended effect? Doesn't matter what flavor it is. Flavor doesn't matter if the substance is lacking. Got it. Completely understood. For me, however, I find that it is more important to balance the two. You know, flavor and substance are important. It makes a complete picture. It's easier to say, oh, you should emphasize one over the other. Of course substance is more important than flavor. Anytime. I'd be happy to agree with that. But the flavor is what keeps the substance interesting and not generic 2-bit, 8-bit corporate shelf product waiting to be distributed to the masses where they inevitably dump it for lacking interest. You know, some products have a sort of soulless vibe to them, where they lack that flavor, that definition, that pop of color, the world building, the terminology, the characters, the setting, the graphics, all these things. All of these elements of game design are important. And to anyone, no one is this monistic. No one boils everything down to this kind of extreme, and anyone who does is a rare breed indeed. But it's one thing to recognize that fact, but a lot of people still talk in a monistic binary fashion where, you know, it's this or it's that. It lacks the lateral thinking required for big picture, and that scares me. Nice. I love when a good plan comes together. We're almost done with the slith caves. Almost. I believe we have... Oh, that is a tiny little scepter. Oh, God. I could think about several ways to interpret that sentence. None of them are particularly appropriate for YouTube. And I'm not going to start by piping in that joke now. I believe this is the boss. Oh God. Okay. Yep. Keep an eye on your energy, folks, or you'll end up having it leave you when you need it. It's nice that we're already getting epic gear at this level. I do not like picking up these white items. But it is what it is. Another shrine. I like to see these. The shrines are usually not too hard. Usually. And sometimes they like to surprise you. Like that. But hey. We managed to deal with the surprise, and, you know, this game is not that difficult. It really isn't. It's just a matter of keeping your head on straight and not allowing the game to psych you out or control what you're doing. Let's put a point in cunning. We could surely use it. Okay. Keep pumping points. I think it'll increase in size one more time, and then that'll be about it. Okay. You're ready to return? and we're about ready to call it as well. What we're going to do now is return to Barnabas, see what he has to say, go and clear out inventory. I think that's an excellent thing to do at the end. I know what I said about doing that off camera, but, well, no, I still want to do that off camera. Never mind. I'll figure out something. But, I suppose it'll be worth previewing what we're going to do next, and then I will, leave people with a link to my Twitch channel. Twitch.tv/coinstamp is the name. I believe it is in the description. It is also in the link tree, but I will put a real description in there. So that people know where to go next. I don't normally do this, by the way, but tonight's a double feature, so I want to make sure I give people the ability to go to where the content is. And it will probably be a little bit after dinner, if I'm being completely honest. I still have to transfer, you know, game titles. I still have to do all that switching around. I never got to do that yesterday. But, you know, we still got a few minutes. Let's talk to Barnabas here.
Good luck clearing out those sliths. They're starting to beg me for water. I don't know how many more times I can say it'll melt your guts before they just rush me and take it. Well done. Once I pump out the remaining poisoned water, the spring should be clean enough for drinking. I'll make sure to let people here know how much help you've been. They'll be grateful that they can get a drink without dissolving their intestines. One more thing. Take my rucksack. Useful for hauling back scrap or whatever else you come across. I'm too old for that stuff now.
We don't have to worry about expanding our inventory. It is already at maximum size. Just something to point out. Now, oh, well, where's Bourbon gone off to? Bourbon's probably where we expected to be, in his office.
Good, you're back. I've heard good things from both Kasparov and Barnabas. You're a real asset to this community. One of my scouts came back with news making our next move clear. The dead are heavily concentrated in Burwich Village to the north, past the swamps of Whitemire. There must be a reason why. Perhaps the ethereal behind these attacks is there. We can't know for sure without investigating deeper.
Makes logical sense.
You've proven yourself quite resourceful thus far. Your ability to secure rift gates for human use could be a turning point in our situation. With all the activity around Burwich, there's bound to be a rift gate. If you can capture it, that will give us a solid foothold in the area. Follow the road north through Whitemire. Though in the current state of things, you will likely have to leave the road behind well before you reach the village. Keep pressing north, and you will eventually reach the outskirts of Burwich. It's surrounded by a palisade wall, so you will have to find a way inside. Once you've secured the rift gate, return to Devil's Crossing.
Okay, this is our first instance of many of needing to secure rift gate in the area. Don't worry, more will be on the way. Plenty more, in fact. This is probably where we should call it. Let's go through and just kind of turn in all of our purples and our blues. Let's just put them all in here for safekeeping. We can sift through these later, and by that I mean I will sift through them later so that you don't have to watch. And I will tell you the aftermath of having sorted through all those items. And this is typically what my routine in Grim Dawn actually looks like. It's just me sitting here, clicking over and actually sorting out all these items. All of them. Absolutely all of them. It is very, time-consuming, to say the least. Also, you always find something in terms of items that you're not used to finding ever before. Did you just hear yourself speak, Coin? Try that again. You know, you never know when you're gonna see something you haven't seen before with these items. I'm not used to scepters being only, 2. Normally scepters are 3 squares long, 1 square wide. But there's always a first time for everything. Even if you play through this mod 100 times, I guarantee you will not have seen everything. There'll always be something new. And that's the fantastic part about Grim Dawn. It's extremely replayable. It's very replayable. Well, I think that'll about do it for tonight's YouTube stream. Will be over on Twitch. Normally I'm not, but today is a double. What can I say? If you guys like the content, you know, I would really appreciate a subscription, and a like, or a comment, or one of those 3 things. But you don't even have to sub. You know what? Subs only help the algorithm so much. It is important, but subs are not the end-all, be-all. You really want to support and want to do it for free, a like or a comment helps out massively. But a subscription so you don't miss the content is just as important. And making sure to hit that notification bell if you want to keep up with what I'm doing on YouTube. This will be a concurrent thing for a little while until I figure out whether YouTube is up my alley or not. One nice thing I will say about YouTube so far, just from having streamed on it a little bit, no drop. There are only 169 dropped frames. Nice frames, by the way. You know, I normally lose around 2,000 or so frames on Twitch for a 4-hour stream. Absolutely horrendous. This is just much better. YouTube's more stable. I wish Twitch could be this stable. I don't understand why. Maybe it's a bitrate cap? I don't know. There are quite literally dozens of things that could be responsible for instability on OBS, but I digress. And I suppose all my donation stuff I've already talked about once. I will not do it again. Once is the limit on that stuff for me. And I want to thank you. I want to thank anyone who's listened to this in the background, anyone who was listening to this while washing dishes, or, you know, reading their books, whatever. I appreciate anyone who is here today. And hopefully I will be able to do this next Friday. And with that, I've given you guys the link to my Twitch account. I will see you guys at, I'd say at around 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is November the 4th, 2022, as of the time of this stream. And with that, I am Swirling Vortex, or Coinstamp, whichever one fits your fancy. And I will see you guys later. Take care, and bye-bye.